hiding things, harming others, stopping others from harming you. I'm Thane Riddle. This is Cloak Dagger.
Hey everybody, welcome to another Edge of Your Seat show, where we will explore the deepest mysteries and adventures of the universe, or rather, keep them mysteries, make it harder for other people to explore them, really. We are live on zap.stream, folks, so check us out there and zap us, which is a gay way to say, send us some Bitcoin, silly. Oh, oh, you zapped me. That tickled. That's what I'll say later on when we set up super chats and things like that, and I can see when you do it. For now, you're just going to have to save that recording of me saying that now and play it for yourself. Today, we have, for a down-to-earth tip today, we're going to talk about working. We're going to talk about business, you see, and most things in business, like buying stuff or running a business or whatever, take money. So you're going to have to work, and you want to work in a way that's private. Everyone's asking you for your resume and shit. What the hell do you do about that? We're going to talk about working off the books or on the books, as the case may be. And for building the second realm, we're going to talk about secure distributed computing, completing the trifecta of mesh networking, data storage, and secure distributed computing. We don't have a guest today. You're going to have to put up with just me. I might talk a little longer and earlier or something. We're going to have call-ins, as always. The phones are ringing off the hook every time we have call-ins, so make sure that you're ready to call in by 5:30 Eastern, 2:30 Pacific, maybe before that, maybe like 15 minutes before that, because there's no guest or anything. So I'll probably take call-ins early today. PAZNIA.com/call. Remember to keep your finger on that button, because there's going to be a lot of people trying to join in on PAZNIA.com/call. So make sure you're there ahead of the line to be one of those people. Somebody isn't muted in here. First, we'll start with some news. Rioting. Oh my God, batten down the hatches. There's a lot of rioting. You may have heard by now, but there are hella riots happening across America and even the world. And not only are they not dying down, but a bunch more are set to start or ramp up today. Yes, today. The rioters have schedules now, and they tell you, and a bunch more were planned to start today. I don't know how this morning or afternoon has gone so far. I'm honestly not looking, but it looks like I'll still be talking about this next week. It's not even summer yet. I thought they said this would be a summer of hate, but we're starting in late spring. What's next? They're going to stretch this into October too? I don't know about you folks, but I love Halloween. And if I see Christmas decorations and rioting in October, I'm going to freak. The least they could do is get some KKK guys to loot an immigrant-owned candy shop or something. At least that's close enough to trick-or-treating for my liking. First, I'll talk about the LA riots, because that's a big one. It was downtown mostly, and it grew. They took over Freeway 101. President declared an insurrection, and the National Guard and the Marines were sent there. The riots weren't any worse, truly, than riots before, but the president has people like whispering in his ear to do things like this. So, with that said, things have gotten pretty bad, though. Stores were looted a lot, barricades in roads, ride shares shut down, few cars have been burnt. Even the bludgies were threatened and attacked a little bit, and they can only answer these attacks with tear gas and rubber bullets, so that's funny. Gangs are taking the chance to settle scores in LA. And there's a curfew in LA. Lots of, so don't go, you're going to have to stay inside to zap each other with you and your brother. Lots of arrests. Not not dying down. Somebody's pulling these rioters' strings, of course. It seems their short-term goal was to make it harder to do anything else in downtown LA but riot, so that more folks would riot and it could spread past downtown. And that tactic seems to have worked out pretty well. It's even spread outside LA, like Santa Ana, and I think this is still going to get worse over the next week. If you haven't left the LA San Diego area yet, you might want to do that for at least a little while. Starting today, riots in like every city ever is planned in America. And there's also riots elsewhere in the world. There's riots in Northern Ireland that started last weekend. Kind of racial at first, got worse in the midweek. Of course, people are taking the opportunity to loot. Most people in riots don't care about whatever people started rioting about. They're just there to like loot. Also not really dying down. Trains disrupted. It's the troubles. It's the troubles, kids. In Northern Ireland, they're having some troubles. I think Protestants and Catholics should all be able to bond now over their hatred of like immigrants or something. And in Dallas and Austin, riots already started earlier this week. The National Guard was deployed in Texas in preparation for this weekend, aka right now. Riots spread to Seattle, Chicago, Atlanta, New York City, Portland, Providence, and Denver. Starting just about now, you can expect that to be more places. This is all a bunch of bullshit drummed up by globalists from the top down. Yes, there's economic hardship. Yeah, there are some real tensions, but this is not all happening from the grassroots. For God's sake, the mayor of LA is part of a borderline insurgent Cuban organization. And you already know Soros has hijacked a lot of Antifa. It doesn't take a genius to see this bullshit's being drummed up, at least somewhat artificially. The plans these kinds of folks make are not nice plans, so you don't want to get caught up in them. Watch out. I got to talk about the Marines thing, the National Guard and the Marines. The way the Marines are set up and acting from a military standpoint, it looks like counterinsurgency stuff. So they're either worried that this will become a real insurgency right now, or they're taking the opportunity to test and prepare for a future event where there could be an insurgency, or a little bit of both. This is not just for shits and giggles, kids. Like I said, they brought them out even though riots have been arguably worse before. They decided to bring them out this time. They want to. Call-ins are encouraged at PAZNIA.com/call. You can riot in the call-in of this show and disrupt this show. Show what you really, because what am I? Am I pro-immigrant? Am I anti-immigrant? There's an argument for both, folks. So whatever you think, call in and yell at me. Why not do it fucking before we take call-ins usually? I don't care. You can call in whenever you want. PAZNIA.com/call. You're not going to call anyway. God damn it. Anyway, the riots aren't even that bad. It's just kind of funny that they called the military. Something bigger is happening here, or at least it will happen in a later year. Sooner or later, they want to play both sides of a civil war, so-called civil war. They may not do it this time, but they do want to set precedent that it's all right for Marines and the National Guard to flood every fucking town over a little rioting. This is the lead up to a martial law kind of scenario. Maybe not now, but in a later year. Ready your butt cheeks. If you ever doubted that something like that could happen, it's well past time that you drop those doubts and get ready for it sooner rather than later. I'm going to say, don't touch any protest with a 100-yard pole, namely if it has anything to do with the Israeli-Palestinian bullshit. The odds of attacks, which may or may not be false flag attacks, on these kinds of protests are high. Not only are they drumming up fighting between pro-immigrant and anti-immigrant folks in America, but they could have their eyes on pinning a so-called terrorist attack on Iran. Stay far away from these protests. In digital security news, I didn't write labels on these, god damn it. Cloudflare, AWS, and Google Cloud had an outage all at the same time. That's weird, right? This is obviously another kill switch test for the upcoming cyber pandemic. I'm not seeing enough people say this. The reason that shit keeps getting shut down, there are these quote unquote outages, and all these big corporations just like, whoops, oh, everything was turned off for a little bit. We had a little problem there. Sorry about that. That's really weird that over the last like 2 or 3 years, that's been happening over and over again with fucking everything. They're testing kill switches for an upcoming what they call the cyber pandemic, where they'll say, whatever, Russian hackers, blah, blah, blah. We have to ban Monero, and now you need an ID to use the internet. That's what they're testing for. They claim now that Square terminals will take Bitcoin by 2026. That could be bullshit, but if it happens, then it could be a big deal because Square terminals are all over the place, even in brick and mortar shops. Square sells little things you can use with your smartphone and take a credit card with just a smartphone and all that. Square is a big company, so if they take Bitcoin, could be a big deal, but it could also be bullshit. Just trying to get their stock price to go up and then they'll forget about it. The EU plans to ban privacy coins by 2027 and maybe even decentralized exchanges or something. Hard to say because the bill has deliberately broad wording in it, and that's not very shocking that the EU is going to ban privacy coins. They're going to ban privacy coins everywhere. You should have already known this was coming. Good luck enforcing these bans because dealing with stuff like this is just what privacy coins were built to do. The answer to this is to do as you already should be doing. Use privacy coins. Launder the non-privacy coins. Don't use anything that has KYC and so on. CTV and what's it called? CRFS or something? I always forget. For Bitcoin, these are Bitcoin features I'm talking about. They're being pushed more now. Some guys signed a letter and sent it to the Bitcoin technical committee or whatever. Oh, it's time that we put these features in Bitcoin. Yeah, they look good. They'll allow for some neat features in Bitcoin down the line, including some spending condition features, which can make Bitcoin holdings a little safer, among other things. Be better for anything that needs an off-chain oracle, and it'll make the scalability a bit better, and also it'll make Lightning a bit better. Nothing's actually happening yet, though. They sent them a letter, but usually that means it's going to happen. It's kind of like SegWit or whatever. Like, it's one of those changes to Bitcoin that everyone kind of knows, like, okay, it's time to add it now. Bitcoin's a very conservative protocol, so you have to talk about these things for like 5 years and get everyone on board before it happens. So it's probably going to happen now for CTV and CFRS or whatever the fuck it's called. You recall how about 2 weeks ago, this is military threats news now, by the way. Recall how 2 weeks ago I said Israel was about to attack nuclear sites in Iran very soon, and I'd likely be telling you about it in the next week or two. Yeah, about that. So earlier this week, the U.S. military and the feds and like embassies and stuff were doing some weird shit in the Middle East, namely in Bahrain more than anywhere else. And the UK was doing that too, getting folks out of their embassies in the Middle East. It seems like they thought they were going to be attacked, or should I say retaliated against. I wasn't the only one who thought this likely had something to do with the upcoming war against Iran that would be waged by a US-backed Israel. And given how obvious it's been that they were about to do this, I'd say Iran has had lots of time to think about what they will do in kind. So US military bases and embassies are right to brace for getting hit. Some thought that they want to twist Iran's arm into making a deal, but that's a little naive. I think they want war either way, and they want it sooner rather than later. So don't bet on shit cooling down in the Middle East anytime soon. Give it at least another 30 years, then we'll see. So merely a day or two ago, Israel barely made the 2-week deadline I gave them to attack Iran. Thanks, guys, but turn in your homework a little faster next time. But the attack is not truly on nuclear sites, as some would have you believe. Now, they surely did hit at least one nuclear site, yeah. But they are also trying to hit Iranian military leadership and scientists too, like kind of assassinate this guy or that guy, like even by attacking their houses and shit. You know, Israel likes to get personal. Don't forget, folks, never let anybody know where you live, especially if you've pissed off Mossad or something. So Iran has launched a few drones at Israel, but this is likely only to burn up some of Israel's interceptors before a big missile strike. Truthfully, not sure yet what has happened this morning, but if this doesn't get Iran to finally take the bait to declare war, then what the hell will? All right, so here's what's likely about to happen. Iran will hit Israel back with missiles. Everybody's about to find out if Iran has scraped together a nuclear missile yet, but they most likely haven't. Too bad. Here's hoping Iran still gets their nuclear independence soon. Iran will also attack or block by water any U.S.-backed ports and trade in the Gulf. So guess what? There's about to be an oil shortage. If you need to stock up on petroleum fuels, do it yesterday. Everybody's going to wait and see how the missile fighting goes before they settle on whether they want to do any ground fighting or not. The next week's going to be a hot one for the Middle East, boss. Of course, there is a chance none of this will happen at all, and that would be nice, but I wouldn't bet on it. Truthfully, dude, if you live in the Middle East, don't. Or at least I hope you have somewhere very far out of the way to hide out, because it's sadly going to take a very long time for this subcontinent to see better days, I'm afraid. There's not much else World War III type news. There was a Chinese exercise with 2 aircraft carriers, which is a first, but it's kind of like whatever. Still hard to say when they'll hit Taiwan. I thought it was going to happen a long time ago, but it seems pretty slowed down. Here, I want to talk about this. Okay, so there's this cute chick. What's her name? Tossie Lee Gifford or something. She's this chick libertarians like back in the day because she's an anti-war Democrat. Wow, that's a low bar they've set for themselves. Anyway, she put out some video where a nuke hit San Francisco and there's nuclear winter. I'm glad that the mainstream media or the White House is finally acknowledging the upcoming nuclear war, like 30 years too late. But just so you know, nuclear winter is a myth. It's some bullshit that the KGB came up with in the 80s or something. There will be no nuclear winter. That's not real. Also, nobody is likely going to strike a city like San Francisco with a nuke. They will hit military targets throughout North America. You should worry about nuclear fallout, and even more so, you should worry about starving folks who want to kill you and eat all your food. That's why you want to bug out outside of somewhere like San Francisco, because of the people. The people in San Francisco are already begging you for your food. It won't take much more. When all the transformers, because before a nuclear strike, you see, you have to hit with an EMP, and that will fuck up the whole power grid, and then there won't be enough food for everybody because the food production and transport needs power grid. So people starving and killing each other is what you should worry about. Anyway, the answer is a well-stocked nuclear shelter. Read the book Strategic Relocation and High Security Shelter, both by Joel Skousen. Let's see what time it is. I'm making fine time, wasting lots of time because I have no guest. Remember to call in, folks, by like 2 or 2:30. Wait, does that make any sense? In like an hour or something. I don't know. Call in. PAZNIA.com/call. Does your body ever hurt anywhere? If it doesn't, it's about to. Because I'm going to hit you hard with some truth. That 20% DMSO with a base of colloidal silver water, magnesium, and aspirin will soothe the pains in your body. I'm about to cause you with what I just said. Is that meta enough for you? Have I confused you enough in this advertisement? Pain Liberator, folks. Go to libertyounderattack.com/pain Thane, PAINTHANE, and get Pain Liberator. It's truly great for most any kind of pain. Sprained ankle, sore back, headaches, toothache, or jaw pain. DMSO and aspirin on their own are a big fucking deal. Anybody should have them and use them. When you put them together, it's fucking magical, folks. It actually works really fucking well. And you've got the magnesium for like muscles and shit. Like if you tore your muscle or whatever. Also, I'm pretty sure magnesium and other electrolytes are good for migraines. You put this shit on your head when you have a migraine. It's very helpful, folks. Pain Liberator is really good. is really good. And there truly isn't a product anywhere like this on Earth. It's kind of crazy. libertyunderattack.com/painthane. Rayo 2 has put out a product that people should have invented already, but they didn't. So he did. And it's really fucking good. DMSO with aspirin and magnesium and a colloidal silver water base is really, really fucking good. It's really good. I'm not kidding, kids. Do you want to officially join the second realm? Does that sound retarded? It is, but you can. You can officially join the second realm and get discounts on other hustles in the Agora, more access to the PAZNIA network, an elite organization of Chads that get laid every fucking day, and maybe even some free PAZNIA merch. Go to PAZNIA.com/Thane to check out all the perks of becoming an honorary stakeholder and put in coupon code Thane to get $25 off. And on the PAZNIA radio network, I think Monday, June 23rd will be the next Dick Greaser show at 7 p.m. Central on the first and third Mondays of every month. Dick Greaser will take over the Second Realm airwaves for Music Monday. He is a credentialed journalist, award-winning songwriter, and connoisseur of non-KYC cigarettes. He will take you through a tour of deep tracks. I listened to his first show on Monday, and it was actually pretty good. Like, it didn't suck as much as I thought it would. Like, I'm going to be truthful with you folks. You might think it's cool to be a libertarian, fucking agorist, market anarchist, anarcho-capitalist, whatever the fuck you call this. All right, Von UN. You know how they say the left can't meme? Truth is, anyone who's moralizing is not funny or creative as much, because fun and creativity kind of go hand in hand with subversion. So if someone is very preoccupied with, this is the right thing and I'm fighting with justice, it really fucks with their ability to be entertaining and creative. So, and guess what? Libertarian music is no exception. It doesn't matter if this is libertarian music, it's left-wing music, it's right-wing music, it's authoritarian music, it's Christian rock. Okay, it doesn't matter. If there's a moral to it that's really being spoon-fed to you in your face, it usually hurts the art. It's usually like not as good as a result. But you got to give it to Dick Greaser. On Monday, I expected the music to suck more, and it didn't suck that much. It was actually fairly listenable music, though a lot of it was moralizing, but some of it was pretty good. Some of it was from the heart. It wasn't bad, kids. Let me tell you, you should check out Dick Greaser's show on the first and third Mondays of every month. I think the next one is the 23rd at 7 p.m. Central. Go to PAZNIA.com/radio to find the links to stream on YouTube, Odyssey, Zap.stream, and Rumble. Remember, folks, we're on Zap.stream right now. Come and zap us, silly, and give us some Bitcoin or whatever the kids are calling it these days. Sats. We send them some sats. Okay. I'm going to talk to you about stuff. Let me just fail to put in my 48 character password a few times. And then I'll be able to see my notes. Okay, we're going to talk about working today. That's a ringing endorsement from someone like me. Yeah, it didn't suck that much. It's true. I'm a pretty tough critic. I thought it was fairly listenable music on the Dick Greaser's show. Of course, the best thing he's done for us folks is Dick Greaser has a following, and he said something on his Twitter or whatever about being on PAZNIA Radio. So that's more money for me, more cashito for me. So yeah, Dick Greaser's great. Wow, yeah, that music he's playing so good. You should definitely listen on first and third Mondays at 7 p.m. Central. So we're going to talk about working off the books or on the books or whatever. You need to make money, and you're just a piece of shit, aren't you? who can't do much other than cleaning up someone's yard. Just kidding, folks. Maybe you're an accountant or something. Doesn't matter. This works for everybody. I'm giving you all some advice. I know each of you are in a different position. If you want some tailored advice, you can fucking talk to me. I'm a privacy consultant. But in the meantime, I'll give you some broad strokes advice for everybody. Working off the books in a nutshell. You need to have a work identity only for work and mostly nothing else. Maybe. Sometimes, depending. You want to get work mostly through word of mouth or walking in somewhere and asking or looking at ads or crypto freelance sites. Those are the best. And you want to take cash, crypto or gold backs or silver or something like that, ideally. Though I will talk about, if I have time, I'll talk about taking people insist on paying you with a check. I'll try and say something about that maybe. All right, work identities. I wish this was simpler than it was. It's best if you have an identity for each side of your life. This is not the last time you'll hear me talk about this. And you keep these identities apart from each other. And work is one of the biggest things you want to keep apart from everything else. Why? Because how you make a living is kind of a big fucking deal. Do you want somebody to make it hard for you to eat? No? Then keep the way you put food on the table hidden. It's a big deal. Then nobody can fuck with it. Also, for many folks, you must bring your body to work at one spot or another. And a spot where your body is all the time is a spot you want to hide because your body is a big deal. And you don't want others to fuck with that either. That's why it's a big deal to hide where you sleep, right? Well, that's kind of true for anywhere that you go often. Now, identity is a funny thing that's hard to pin down, but we're talking about things like a name, contact info, like phone number or email address, and maybe even how you look, dress, and carry yourself. I will go into these things more at another time. And I'll go into this and that stuff and some other stuff if I can fucking finish my fucking submissions to PAZNIA Life in the next couple weeks. By the way, if you're submitting something to PAZNIA Life, you have a fucking couple weeks to do it, folks. I'm feeling the pressure. Okay, I'm gonna have to crunch a little bit here, folks. Now, for now, at least keep in mind that it's best if you have at least one name, email address, number, and so on, put aside only for work. And you mostly don't want your work ever linked with other big sides of your life, such as where you live, who your friends are, anything you do that might bring heat. There are some caveats there, which I will get into. You're probably already thinking some of them, shouting some of them. And like I said before, I can hear you over your phone shouting this stuff. If you do more than one kind of work, you may not want to have the same identity for each kind of work, or you might. It depends. If those kinds of work are closely tied or mixed together well, like such that those who work with you in one way could maybe also get you the other kind of work, you may want to have one identity for those two kinds of work. Did that abstract talking, did those abstract terms confuse you? I'll give you some examples. Say you work as a web developer, but you also do a little graphic design. There could be synergy there. Maybe you'll want one identity for both. It's up to you. How about if you're a musician, a music producer, and also a music teacher? That's a very strong synergy. So you likely want to cross-promote, even if you do each thing under its own name. It's not that weird to have a stage name, but maybe they're tenuously connected and you do cross-promote, whatever. On the other hand, let's say you're a Protestant youth pastor and also a black market drug dealer who sells ecstasy and poppers at gay clubs. Those two things don't mix very well. So you should most assuredly keep those two identities as unlinked as you can. You don't want to be selling the poppers to the gay guys in the bathroom who are using them and having anal sex right there. You don't want to be dressing like a pastor and telling them your youth pastor name when you're doing that, just in case you hadn't thought of that. There are a few little catches when it comes to keeping your work apart from other stuff, such as resumes and the issue of self-promotion. Oh, brother. Resumes are a doozy, folks. Resumes are a doozy. So, what is a resume? Have you ever heard of this before? You're listening to this podcast, so maybe you've never had a job before. Don't have anything better to do. A resume is a dumb little page where they want you to leak everything about when, where, and with whom you have worked before, and about what kind of work you did. And this is to give somebody thinking of hiring you a look at what kind of worker you might be, since they might not know you very well or know anybody who does. It's a way for strangers thinking of working together to get to know each other better, mostly in the white market or sometimes the gray market. They also have this thing they call references, which is a list of folks you supposedly worked with and their phone numbers or something. They mostly ask for as many as 3 of these. And they say that they're asking for these because they might call them and ask them about you, like whether you truly worked with them or what kind of job you did. I understand why folks ask for resumes and references. It is a kind of vetting, which is a big deal for security and something that I'll talk more about at another time. And sometimes you are in a spot to give them a true resume and true references. However, regardless, resumes and references are not the best for your privacy nor the privacy of those you have worked with before. And sometimes you can't rightly fork over a wholly true resume or references. Luckily for you, though, resumes and references are not very secure vetting tools, and it's not too hard to spoof them. Now, the best way to go is not to be asked for a resume or references in the first place. This mostly happens one of 2 ways. The first is that you were already referred to them by somebody else, such as a friend or somebody you worked with before. In other words, they already vetted you in some other way. The other way this mostly happens is that you merely find somebody very chill or who trusts a lot in their own gut feelings about others, so they don't feel the need to ask for a resume or references. Both of these kinds of folks are often better folks to work with than the kinds who ask for resumes anyway. So you do your best to find these folks to work with if you can. In the black market, that's really like no one asks you for a resume. Like me, I'm a privacy consultant, right? Are you going to message me and ask me for a resume? I can't fucking tell you. I would never advise any of my clients to tell anybody about something I did for them ever. I would not be a part of that. So you're just going to have to settle for somebody you like vouching for me, or that, I don't know, you got a good feeling about me or something like that. That's the black market, folks. And see, if you work in the black market, it's easy. It's all in-person introductions and blah, 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 vouching for people. Now, if you've had a work identity for a while, you might want to have a true resume and references. Once you've had a work identity long enough, you have true work history that is tied to that identity and nothing else. So while it's not the best for the privacy of that work history, it at least keeps your work apart from everything else, which is what you should care the most about. But make sure everybody on the resume or reference list is all right with being there and all right with the details that you put there. Also, if you're going to leak your resume digitally, like by uploading it to Indeed or something, keep in mind that you're pretty much sharing it with the whole fucking world. For the most part, that kind of data is sold freely and widely. There's even like a little checkbox on Indeed that says like, make my resume searchable by people, employers looking for, yeah. I mean, so all you have to do is set up an employer account on Indeed and you can just scrape the resumes, right? If you're trying to set up a new work identity from scratch, or you otherwise don't want to give them a true resume or references, you can merely spoof them, as I mentioned earlier. It's frankly none of their fucking business where you worked before, and asking you to write some stories on a page is a dumb fucking way to vet you anyway, so please don't feel too bad about lying. They have it coming anyway. Lying on your resume is something almost everybody does, and trust me, you will be far from the first one whose resume is almost all lies and spin. If you want to do right by them, it's easy. Don't lie about what skills you have and what kind of job you can do. Merely lie about the jobs you worked before. You can still be the guy on the page, more or less. The details of your exact story aren't a big deal. They don't even truly care what you did before. They care about what you can do for them now. So make up some good stories that show off the skills you truly do have, or things not wholly unlike what you truly have done before. And it'll be easier to lie about it if it's closer to the truth anyway. Guess what? I have some good news for you. References are often not checked up on at all. You might get away with putting some bullshit email addresses and phone numbers that won't even work for references. If you're applying to a bunch of shitty jobs and it's no big deal, maybe worth a shot. Asking for references is a bluff much more often than you might think. You want to find out, just agree to be someone's reference. Agree to be like a reference for a bunch of people and see how often you get called. Now, sometimes you want references that can actually be reached. Maybe because you know they're going to call them, or you're just worried that they might, and you just want it to work out if they do. Maybe it's not a bunch of shitty jobs. Maybe you're just applying to jobs you actually want to get or something. So if you want references that can be reached, the easiest way is to get one or more friends of yours to fake them. You want to get somebody who is at least all right at lying, also known as acting, and who believably sounds like the character who is supposed to be your reference. You make sure your friend is somebody who knows the kind of work they would have to know about, or is somebody good at bullshitting, or better yet, a bit of both. But keep in mind, you can craft the character around your friend. If you only have a friend who doesn't know the work, guess what? A lot of bosses don't understand the work being done under them. As long as the story is believable and your friend can more or less stick to that story, it's all good. Merely make sure they know everything they need to know about the story. It's not a big deal if the story is a bit fuzzy or if they say something that is a little off from what the resume says. If your friend is chill and sounds like they know what they're talking about, nobody will ever think they're lying. That's why they call them con men, right? It's all about confidence. If you just talk like confidently, no one will ever think you're lying. That's something we'll talk about at another time more. For the references, numbers, and email addresses, you may want to make some new ones. That's something I'll talk about more at other times. But yeah, it's like you make a VoIP number on jmp.chat or something. You buy it with Monero, whatever. You register new email addresses. As long as whoever is looking up on the references is not doing a crazy deep job of trying to ensure that, they don't suspect you're lying or something. It's almost never a problem. Almost never a problem. Your story will probably explain why this is someone you can't find on LinkedIn or why this is an obscure thing. You can figure it out. Okay. You'll be fine. What's the worst that can happen? They just have a fake name for you anyway. If you badly need references and don't know anybody good enough who's willing to do them, all is not lost. You can be your own reference. If you can make another voice, or you get a voice transformer software or something like that. If you're feeling like, if you enjoy acting or prank calls, you're feeling confident, just fucking make a voice or use a voice transformer. Be your own reference. If that sounds too hard, or you have some money to throw at this problem, you can just hire somebody else to do it. If you don't want to find somebody yourself, talk to me. My shit is in the show notes. Talk to me on Session or SimpleX, or fucking email one of us or something. Maybe we can help. Now, there's something you may have thought already. What about jobs that are social? What about promoting myself? This sort of thing, keeping your job totally untied to anything else is not always easy, or not always the best thing to do. It's not so cut and dry all the time. Sometimes you make friends at work. Some fields of work are more social than others. Like if one of the gigs you have is that sometimes you play in a rock band, you'll very likely meet folks when you're selling shirts for the band or whatever, or when other bands are playing and you're just watching the other bands playing, or when you're at an after party, they always have the after parties after you play. So you'll make friends who know you under your rock band member identity. And one of the best ways to get work is, of course, through word of mouth. So you may have circles you schmooze in where you also want to plug whatever you're selling, like whatever product or service you're selling. Like, let's say you're a crypto dealer and you also hang out at crypto meetups. It would be kind of weird if you didn't try to deal crypto with anybody you found at the meetup. And if any given friend group is too closely tied to some work you do to pass up mixing them, I get that. But that friend group at least does not need to know about any other kind of work you might do, or your other friend groups don't need to know about this kind of work. Everybody's life is one of a kind. I can't give a one-size-fits-all answer. I can help you tailor a solution. If you need a privacy consultant, contact me. Give me your money, and I'll help you figure shit out for your particular situation. Because this shit gets messy. But the only vague answer I can give is, keep things as compartmentalized as you reasonably can. Regardless of your setup, just make sure you know which identity is which and which domain is which before you go into anything. You know what's my name going to be here? What's my number going to be here? You get your fucking story straight before you go into anything. What should I talk about next about jobs? Crypto freelance sites. I don't fucking have a list of them. I should have put together a list of them, but there are crypto freelance sites out there. There are ones even just for Monero, or there's Bitcoiner jobs. That's someone's telling me Bitcoiner jobs, and there's Monero ones. I think there's one called XMR Bazaar. Is that right? There's Agorist Nexus. Some losers with a podcast like us, they also have a website. I don't know how well it works, but they have they have listings there. Stuff like that. There's darknet markets even. Not everything on darknet markets is drugs, just 95% of it. So let's talk about taking cash, crypto, gold backs, or silver. Usually this is cash. In certain kinds of fields, it's pretty common to pay people in cash. If you need cash, you can start by just going to the interview and like getting along with them. And here's how you get along with people. I'll talk more about getting along with people some other time, but basically, here's what you do. You ask them all about them. Hey, how did you get into this? How long have you owned this business? Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that's great. Wow. Yeah, I really respect that. And you just get them talking about themselves, and they'll think you're great. And you say things like, sorry, it's my fault. Thank you. You are right. That's great. You're awesome. Great job. You say things like that. People will like that. And once you've sort of done this interview and you've formed a rapport with them and you've made them feel like you're the one they want, you can give them what they want. That's when you say you want cash. After they already like you and they're attached to the idea, that's when you ask them for cash. Honestly, my notes are a little bit sparse here. But whatever. Is that a good start for you for finding work? If they want to pay you with a fucking check, there are places to cash checks for you if you don't have an account. You can use a fake ID, make a fake ID. I can talk about that another time. You can also, one of the best things to do is be a contractor, and you can have like an anonymous LLC. If the checks aren't pre-printed, it's hard. Personal experience, so says somebody. If the checks aren't pre-printed, what the fuck does pre-printed mean? You mean like if it's not paper? Yeah, like digital. I mean, these days they like to send shit directly to your account. But yeah, you might be able to set up an account with your anonymous LLC, which is something I'll try to talk about another time. Setting up an anonymous LLC and then getting an account, fucking credit union account or bank account or something with that. But geez, you know, I understand that a lot of you have sold out already and you're already stuck working in this or that field. So the best you can do is you take the most that you can from what I say. Like, you move somewhere and you do that under a different name. So it's like, okay, you're stupid. Like, I get it, whatever. You use your legal name to go to university and become a fucking tax accountant or a tax lawyer or something. And now your legal name is what you work with and all that. You feel trapped, or maybe you like doing it, whatever. That's fine. Sometimes you might be surprised. The company who hired you might be willing to transition to hiring your LLC as a contractor. Some companies actually see the benefit in doing things like that. But yeah, the least you can do is just keep it unlinked from other sides of your life. You know, like you move somewhere and you do it under a different name. You know, if you have you're cheating on your wife at the bathhouse, or you're talking to a bunch of crypto nerds or something, and it's a new thing for you to do that, you can just use a different name. But anyway, that's enough of that crap. Ghost pads and ghost phones. Do you want a more secure and private phone, tablet, or laptop, but you don't want to do the work yourself? Go to libertyunderattack.com/Thane. And there's like Pixel 7 privacy phones with Graphene OS or Calyx OS, ThinkPads with neutralized Intel management engine, open source firmware, and whatever Linux OS you like. And you can get like an X200 tablet or something else weird, like a router or whatever. Special requests can go to Shane at libertyunderattack.com. If you go to libertyunderattack.com/Thane and you don't see something listed there that you want, then email Shane at libertyunderattack.com. Tell him Thane sent you and ask for a custom job. See if our friend Jammin can put together a custom thing for you. Trust me, folks, it's not easy to neutralize the IME and flash your own firmware to a laptop. You do want this, and you don't want to do it yourself. Save yourself the headache. And go to libertyunderattack.com/Thane and fucking buy something there. Support the Second Realm, support PAZNIA, support yourself. 360 win, folks. Oh yeah, today I have fan mail. I have a fan question again. And it's from the same fucking guy. We'll pretend that it's someone else, though. The fan mailbox is just exploding with mail from all sorts of different people. I pick a random one out of a hat every week. It's just a coincidence that this time it's from the same guy or girl or robot. I'm not sure. From Calypso at State Resistance Union. What can listeners do now to help lay the foundations for insurrectionary agorism? Thanks, Calypso, for asking me something a bit easier this time. Or at least I think it's easier. Maybe that's only because my answer sucks or something. But hopefully my answer's all right. This is something I'm surely going to talk about in one of my submissions for Vonu Life 2025, which will be called Insurrectionary Agorism. I'm not trying to waste too much time in that submission on philosophy. Getting across what folks should do is a much bigger deal to me. But for now, I will try my best to answer you, and hopefully I don't sound too dumb or dismissive when I do. Truthfully, I think the best thing listeners can do right now is network with others who are like-minded and get to work building the tools that are needed in the 21st century to grow freedom in the world overall for fun and profit. That's right, boss. The world of tomorrow will not be built by volunteers. It's being built by folks trying to make some dough, whether it's right now or later on. Maybe you're working for equity in a startup, whatever. That means cryptocurrency and decentralized networks, yeah. But Thane Riddle thinks what you need a lot right now is better mesh networking and distributed data storage. Then we need to hit the ground running with distributed marketplaces working on top of that. I want zero knowledge reputation systems, arbitration, security, and insurance. And then you can have things like insured non-aggression smart contracts with arbitration and enforcement clauses. We want this shit yesterday, and there's much work to be done. So please reach out to me on Session and SimpleX, and let's kill cops and kings for fun and profit, folks. Now, with that said, I know Calypso from State Resistance Union is a down-to-earth nigga, at least in their own way, so I won't forget to say something a little grittier for you. Building software and shit won't help you much if you can't stay alive for the next 10 years. And after all, you don't 100% need any new tools to have a revolution or even a market anarchist civilization, because all of that has more or less been done before. So first of all, you should pretty much be a prepper. Read strategic relocation, read high security shelter, get your ass to a spot to weather storms in, because storms are coming, most likely before we can bring our own storm. But sometimes one storm begets another. It doesn't matter whether you have a little wealth or a lot of wealth. You can do a lot with like a couple $1,000 and a hole in the ground. 2025 would have been a good deadline to give somebody even 10 or 20 years ago. So don't put this off any further. Stay alive. Stay alive, first and foremost. And yeah, you want to get to know those who live near you. Go to meetups for libertarians, cryptocurrency, maybe for prepping, or for those who are at least single issue libertarians, like maybe they're against masks, vaccines, lockdowns, or something. Whatever. But here's the key. Most folks you meet at these things are not worth much of your time. So hone in on maybe the best 10% of them that go to these things and build your bonds with those ones. Also, get them to link you up with friends of theirs. How do you know who the best 10% is? Are they the ones who have the best thoughts in their heads and say the best words? Sometimes they are, and sometimes they aren't. So you should look at what they fucking do. That's how you tell. You look at what they fucking do. Forget about what they say for a second. Do they have weapons, food, or survival skills? Do they like to break the law? And are they good at it? Do they keep their fucking mouths shut? Do they care about privacy? Do they run a business or have a lot of money or a lot of connections? Are they very good with technology or very good with people? Don't worry too much about what they say they think. Look more at what they can do and how good they can do it. That's how you find your top 10%. Now, truth be told, it's getting a little late in the game to build up your bonds with a bunch of new folks. You should do that, yeah, but don't count on it, because you need to know them at least for 2 years before you think about trusting them with something very serious. And even then, you'll have to test them first. So right now, you should make the most of what you already have. Who have you already known for 2 years or more? And how can you vet them further and work towards building a cell with them or something like that? If you can't think of at least 2 others, you may want to get ready to stay alone for now and stay alive. Regardless, don't tell anybody about where that hole in the ground is, boss. Not even if you think you trust them. Stay alive first and foremost. Now, if you can reach out to us and we can get an all right mesh network up in time, we can stay in touch and keep building things together, even if things go badly with the old internet. So let's get the mesh network shit into gear as soon as we can. Please reach out to me if you have any inkling of a boner for this at all, and maybe something will come of it in the next few months or so. If you have any thoughts on anything said in this show, or you want to ask anything, please send it in and I will likely answer you on next week's show. If you'd rather call in and speak with us live, because these phones are ringing off the hook already, so call in soon as possible at PAZNIA.com/call. In the meantime, I'm going to talk about building the second realm, the world of tomorrow. And today I'm going to talk about secure distributed computing. So there's this thing called computation. it's the thing that computers do, or it's at least one of them. And it's kind of a big deal. Computation, it's like when you take some data and you turn it into some other data, right? Like 1 + 1, you take that and you turn it into 2. It's kind of a big deal to be able to do this, to automatically transform some data into some other data. And, a lot of the time you can do it on your own little computer and it's not a big deal. But sometimes computation is better done by somebody else. There's a couple of reasons for that. One is for big loads of computation. If the computation is a lot of computation, maybe you're rendering graphics, maybe it's artificial intelligence, maybe it's it's folding proteins or trying to come up with new chemicals that don't exist yet, R&D, things like that. There's also like big data operations that are done all the time. It's good to offload that stuff sometimes too, rather than owning a fucking supercomputer or a lot of computers, to just rent a little time, offload it to a cloud for a little while. Another reason for offloading computation is for what I might call trustless computation. Like maybe what's being computed is a smart contract that determines who gets $1 billion, and you're asking me to compute that for you. Well, I think the good answer is if I get $1 billion, right? No matter what it was supposed to be. So, it might be good not to give the computation to me. Maybe you should give it to a trustless system that will always produce the right result in an unbiased way. And there are different ways to do that. But like with other things, computation can be done in a distributed way by clouds. You don't need to understand on a technical level how that works, but just know that with big loads of computation, sometimes it makes sense to do it in kind of a distributed way. Like if you break down a big problem and have a bajillion computers, you break it down into a bajillion pieces and have a bajillion computers all work on it at the same time in parallel. Sometimes that's better than, doing a one big load in a row on one computer. And sometimes there's a problem here, though, with offloading computation to others. One of the problems, at least, is sometimes the stuff you want to do computation on is stuff that should stay hidden. Sensitive data gets leaked a lot, folks. You've got fucking medical records, people doing computation on medical records or credit card numbers or things like that. That's not good, folks. And you don't even really want to trust the people doing the computation for you with that data. Is there some way to have them do computation without them knowing what they're doing computation on? Yeah, there is. It's called secure distributed computing. And most often it uses something called homomorphic encryption. There are other takes to, like, can't remember what it's called, but there's like a hardware security take to it where it's supposed to be hard for you to see inside the hardware to see what it's doing. I don't really trust that one as much. I think homomorphic encryption is probably better. But anyway, I'm going to sound a little bit like a broken record here at this point for these first three building a second realm things, right? I did mesh networking, then distributed data storage. Now I'm doing secure distributed computing. These three things are kind of similar in some ways, in that they are basic digital services. And I have a similar idea for how they each can be provided for. So I'm going to repeat myself again. Centralized clouds are fucked up. All right, folks, just like with everything else, because it's a single point of failure, because they can see metadata, even if they can't see the main data. And I think, of course, the answer is a decentralized market for secure distributed computing. And of course, I didn't have time to put together a list of examples again, because I fucking know that there already are ones. Well, yeah, okay. There's one on Ethereum. That's an old one called Golem. Man, there's some others out there. I just can't fucking remember any of them. But yeah, secure distributed computing, tokenized, decentralized market for it. The idea being whoever has fucking idle computing power sitting around can sell computation to people on a decentralized market. And anyone who wants computation done can buy computation. And that's potentially really fucking powerful. I mean, imagine all the fucking idle computation power sitting around in the world was at the tip of your fingers. Basically, the greatest supercomputer ever created, like Skynet from Terminator, okay, computers all around the world, can be put to work doing whatever you want it to do. Every person in the world can tell it to do whatever they want it to do, as long as they pay for it. And it'll be like a good price. It'll be like affordable. And it'll be more affordable all the time. Putting the power of Skynet at the fingertips of fucking everybody in the world. This is the kind of dangerous shit that Thane Riddle is trying to do, folks. This is I'm trying to open Pandora's box over here, and there's no closing it again once you do. And yeah, you can do everything with that. You can, I mean, to a degree, we've already started working on converting computational power into a commodity with cryptocurrency mining and things like that. But it'll be so much more interesting when the computation is doing something cool rather than just mining cryptocurrency, right? Like the computation will be doing some Terminator AI shit for you instead, or at least rendering 3D models for your sex game. Is Sexy Beach 4 out yet? No? Well, maybe they need this to render the models for them. Something not enough folks talk about is the role of computation in smart contracts. The way it worked, Ethereum, which is the first big smart contract platform, and it's also kind of the worst in many ways. One of the things that always seemed kind of silly to me about Ethereum is the nodes, which basically they perform computation, right? By running the smart contracts and determining what they say, what the results of running the smart contracts are. They're basically contributing essential computation to the network, and yet they aren't given any money for doing this. And that strikes me as bad and not right. So ultimately we need, like I said before, third parties doing trustless computation, verifying that, let's say, a smart contract should be resolved in this way. And they shouldn't even know what the fuck they're doing. Now, in the crypto world, we have accomplished some privacy with zero knowledge proofs. And in secure distributed computing, homomorphic encryption has been used. Some people have made the argument that homomorphic encryption could even replace zero knowledge proofs in privacy protocols and stuff like that. I'll give you an example. If you don't know what zero knowledge proofs is, I'm kind of tired right now, folks. Can you tell? If you don't know what zero knowledge proofs is, let me try and enlighten you a little bit. Zero knowledge proofs are like, you want to prove something, but you don't want to reveal anything unnecessary. Because a lot of the time, this is something you'll notice a lot, folks, when you're trying to get better with your privacy. A lot of the time, people ask for unnecessary shit. Okay. Hey, you want to do one little thing. They ask you to put your fucking address and social security number on a form Okay. You'll notice this. People are always asking for unnecessary shit. And like a classic case of this is you show someone an ID, which is a plastic card that has your picture on it. And it has a birth date and like an address and blah, blah, blah. And it's kind of easy to fake, right? So like it's not even that good for determining anything, like especially because now we have like and we have like cryptographic signatures and stuff. We have better ways of authorizing people now, but they're still like really stuck in the past. And they asked to see a plastic card that has all this information about you, or at least supposedly about you, so that they can, I don't know, sell you some cigarettes or something like that. Now, it isn't my place to tell you that you should sell alcohol and cigarettes to a 10-year-old. I frankly don't care. But you know, there, who knows? Maybe in crypto anarchy world, there will still be some demand for shops not doing that, at least in some communities, right? I mean, Karens have a place in the world. That place is in their own little community where they can complain on each other and have nothing to do with us. So they will have crypto protocols for this, right? It's a reputation thing. You have to follow certain policies or whatever to have your fucking liquor store on the corner of the housing association, the crypto housing association, the crypto condo. And now the beauty is in the future, you can just prove your age without saying exactly how old you are, or exactly what your date of birth is, or what your fucking address is, or even what you look like. That's zero knowledge proofs. You can prove one little thing without revealing everything else. How does it work? Cryptographic magic. Okay, just like a lot of things. It's way too heady to get into. Anyway, there are a lot of interesting secure distributed computation projects out there worth watching that I magically don't have a list for and can't remember. But I still want something chainless as usual, something that can work offline or over a local mesh network. I do want to put more thought into, is there something like Reticulum for mesh networking, IPFS for distributed data storage? You know, those things just need a tokenization layer, right? Is there something like that for secure distributed computing, like a protocol that already works pretty good for like centralized clouds? There probably is, and I'm just ignorant. But I want to look into that, and maybe there's a tokenization layer. My friends working on the mesh network stuff say that the secure distributed computing is not their priority, because they think most dApps can work without it, or can work with the computation, local computation, just that you have on your computer. And they would rather build dApps first, like a decentralized marketplace or whatever. But sooner or later, I think you will need a computation protocol. And with AI becoming a bigger deal, that's truer than ever. You need decentralized computation to have decentralized AI. But regardless, these three things I've spoken about, and hopefully it didn't sound too retarded or boring. These three things I've spoken about in the first three shows are a big fucking deal. Networking, data storage, and computation. They all exist in the old internet. They all exist with computers. Now they need to exist in the new internet in a decentralized, monetized way through a tokenized mesh networking protocol, through a tokenized distributed data storage protocol, and through a tokenized secure distributed computing protocol. If you have those three things working elegantly, simply, in a way that is composable, then you can build anything. You can build fucking anything with those three things, folks. And tune in next time for me to finally talk about something that's not like this, that's not so similar to each other. And definitely talk to me if you want to work on stuff like this and want to link up with others who do. And you can ask anything of me right now live if you go to PAZNIA.com/call, like right now-ish, if you want, or in the next fucking 10 minutes or something, go to PAZNIA.com/call. You can talk to me, or you can send in fan mail to me on Session, SimpleX, or email or something. And now I'm supposed to talk to you about you giving me your money. You want to support this show and the rest of PAZNIA Radio Network? What kind of watch you wearing? What size shoes you wearing? What kind of jacket is that? Fork it over. Whatever you got, give it to me. Give me everything. You want to see this? I know that this show is the air that you breathe. If you want it, the air I breathe is money. So give me your fucking money. You mean nothing to me if you don't give me your money. If you give me your money, Senpai notices you. You can buy some PAZNIA merch at PAZNIA.com/shop. But we're also taking Monero donations at xmrchat.com/PAZNIA radio. Please leave him a note saying Thane sent you, because Coordinator Ray will let me embezzle the money with him. If you're a Bitcoin maxi or something, you can go to zap.stream and zap us there, silly. Support the show that gives you great privacy and security knowledge and wisdom, and thus support yourself. That's what we call a 360 win, folks. xmrchat.com/PAZNIA radio. Say Thane sent you. Zap.stream to give us some Bitcoin. We should be one of the only shows live on Zap.stream right now. Don't forget, folks, you can also join the Second Realm and get discounts on other hustles in the Agora, more access to the PAZNIA Radio Network, and maybe even some merch. I meant to say PAZNIA Network. Go to PAZNIA.com/Thane and put on coupon code Thane to get $25 off an honorary stakeholder membership. And don't forget to tune into the PAZNIA Radio Network on the first and third Monday of every month at 7 p.m. Central for Richard Greaser's Music Monday show. All the true fans call him the Dick Greaser. The Dick Greaser, folks. That's another 360 win. Check out PAZNIAradio.com/ God damn it. Check out PAZNIA.com/radio to find links to all the streams. And now you can call in if you want. This is your fucking last chance to call in. Because I don't have an interview. There's no guest. I'm fucking tired as hell. Please help me save this show with a call in. Don't ask me why I'm tired. There's no reason for it. I didn't put enough pain liberator on my brain. I'm experiencing emotional pain, folks. Call in now or not. And I'll try and... what am I supposed to do? Oh, yeah, I'm supposed to plug the next show. On the next show, I'm going to talk about shutting the fuck up, which is something I need to learn a lot about, it seems. And that is, not saying things. Sounds weird, right? But it's kind of important for your privacy. I'm going to talk about shutting the fuck up on next week's show. And I'm going to talk about decentralized marketplaces. Self-Liberation Saturday is happening right now. We've kicked it off here with this high energy, high octane show for you. I know you're excited and fired up from how good this show was. Well, Self-Liberation Saturday is just beginning, folks. It's going to keep going for another 4 or 5 hours to 8 or 9 p.m. Central. So don't go anywhere. I am going to go somewhere. However, I'm going to go listen to the rest of Self-Liberation Saturday for the next 4 or 5 hours, folks. Please join me. Don't go anywhere, folks. But I'm over and out, kids, so stay frosty, boss. And don't die of...
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network. The newest release from Liberty Under Attack Publications.
On June 21st, 2021, Johnny Hurley was shopping in Old Town Arvada. When Johnny heard gunshots from across the square, he ran straight into danger without hesitation and quickly neutralized the attempted mass shooter. Witnesses described believing that Johnny was likely military, based on the skill and effectiveness with which he handled the situation. A minute later, a police officer who had been hiding inside the Arvada PD office on the square watching the situation unfold on security cameras, emerged from the building and shot Johnny in the back. No warning, no announcing himself, no pausing to notice that this was clearly not the shooter he had been looking at on the CCTV. Johnny bled to death on the concrete. The police officer received paid leave, and the official investigation ruled that this murder was a good shoot. Millions of people now know the name Johnny Hurley as a Good Samaritan, as a man who heroically risked, and gave, his life to save countless others. What most of those people don't know about Johnny is that he had already been a hero for many, many years. Putting his safety, freedom, and life on the line to protect the lives and liberties of others was exactly the kind of person that Johnny Hurley was. The goal of this book is to help more people get to know who Johnny was, how he thought, and the cause he dedicated his life to, peace and freedom. Pre-order your copy today from Liberty Under Attack Publications by visiting libertyunderattack.com/Johnny. Again, libertyunderattack.com/Johnny. Book will officially release on the anniversary, June 21st. libertyunderattack.com/Johnny.
Up next, our Hack Liberty segment. For more great content like this, please consider signing up for a forum account at forum.hackliberty.org. A collection of Second Realm ideas, KYC-free agorist services. Contents: decentralized KYC-free PO Box network, funding for Tor nodes, proxy merchant for freelancers, KYC-free healthcare, Bitcoin, Airbnb, apartment rentals, crypto-friendly taxi and delivery. Decentralized KYC-free PO Box network, an idea for a decentralized KYC-free PO Box network. Background: most PO boxes, virtual offices and LLCs require government ID. Sending to a home or work address may not be possible or safe. Receiving letters and packages should be possible for everyone, no ID required. Process: local businesses sign up as package pickup stores and set a fee per package, for example $5. The customer includes their phone number in the shipping address, or registers a pseudonym PO Box number on the website. When the package arrives, the store sends an SMS with the pickup code, or displays the pickup code on the website. To pick up the package, the customer shows the code, pays the fee in cash, or in Bitcoin via the website, and the cashier gives them the package. Advantages: no ID needed. No courier lock-in. No theft due to pickup codes. The stores get paid for their services. No middleman needed, if the store manages its own codes and payments. A good way for store owners to earn extra money by providing accessible private mail services. Funding for Tor nodes, idea for a decentralized KYC-free Bitcoin/Monero fund for Tor node hosting, sponsor a node. The Tor network needs many diverse decentralized nodes for privacy and resistance to collusion and attacks, for example COC17. Many people can't host nodes at home due to safety, cost or resources. Tor-friendly VPS hosts that accept BTC are expensive, or already host many nodes. However, people may want to donate to those who have the resources to run a node but can't afford the costs out of pocket. This concept for a decentralized KYC-free Bitcoin/Monero fund for Tor node hosting aims to connect donors to node operators and strengthen the Tor network. How it works: donors send Bitcoin/Monero to the Tor node fund. The node operator enters the IP address of their Tor node. The existence of the node is verified via the Tor metrics website. Ownership is proven via a text file in Webroot, DNS entry or Tor node contact details. The operator also enters their Bitcoin/Monero address. As long as the node is online, checked via Tor metrics, the node operator receives an amount of Bitcoin/Monero every month from the donation fund. Optional bounties for home nodes versus VPS nodes, IP doesn't resolve to a known data center, and relay nodes versus exit nodes. Proxy merchant for freelancers. An idea for a proxy merchant service for freelancers or individuals in general. Background: without government ID, it's difficult to access financial services, apartment or office rentals, or receive mail. Many people recommend limited liability offshore companies and making contracts under a business name instead of a personal name, but even anonymous shell companies require government ID. Flag theory: second passports and residencies require an existing ID from another country, which can't help if you have no state-issued identity documents. However, an individual or group with access to ID could set up a company and offer proxy merchant services to people without ID for a fee. Personally, even access to a physical prepaid debit card with a $100 per month limit, a P.O. box to receive mail, or a company that could rent an apartment on my behalf would be very helpful. Process: someone with access to government ID opens a shell company or trust, possibly offshore, with a nominee director. The company owner sells virtual office services for Bitcoin/Monero, but doesn't require government ID for these services. Trust is established via peer-to-peer reputation, an invite-only structure or limits. The owner could set a monthly membership fee in Bitcoin, a prepaid balance system, or a per-service fee. Via the shell company, freelancers could receive a company prepaid debit card, receive payments to the company bank account, access to a P.O. box to receive mail, and the ability to rent an office or apartment under the company name. Risks: risks could be managed via limited liability, an offshore company with a nominee director, limits, for example $500 per month for a prepaid debit card, manually reviewing every rental contract, and a trust-based structure, invite only or a vouch from an existing member. KYC-free healthcare. Some ideas for access to healthcare without government ID. In many countries, doctors require patients to show government ID to receive healthcare, even when paying out of pocket in cash. An agorist network of doctors would help everyone to access healthcare, regardless of documents. Individual doctors, dentists, pharmacies and health clinics who accept crypto or cash from out-of-pocket patients. Telemedicine/online doctors who don't require ID, can make diagnoses and write prescriptions. Gray market stores for imported prescription medicines. A Bitcoin/Monero private health insurance with a network of cooperating doctors, or reimbursement after sending the doctor's invoice. It could also print health insurance cards, which may be sufficient to access healthcare, even without a passport or national ID card. Bitcoin Airbnb, apartment rentals. It's possible to rent apartments without ID for cash via Craigslist, Facebook Marketplace and word of mouth, although it can be difficult in some countries or regions. Shelter is a necessity, and it should be possible to simply pay rent and deposit and move in, regardless of access to ID. A crypto Airbnb would help a lot for short-term and long-term accommodation and could use peer-to-peer reviews, web of trust, Bitcoin deposits or multi-sig escrows for trust purposes. Existing crypto marketplaces such as Bytego.com, Particle.io or Telegram, Contact at Bitcoin 2 Marketplace could be used for crypto-friendly KYC-free apartment rentals, or a specialized platform could be built, similar to, now discontinued, Crypto Cribs. Local groups for cities/regions would also be possible, for example via Signal or Matrix, and would be more privacy-friendly than a public marketplace. Crypto-friendly taxi and delivery. A Bitcoin-friendly Uber alternative for taxis and deliveries. Restaurants, groceries, packages, would be very helpful. Many taxi and delivery apps require a credit card, which is impossible to access without ID. In many countries, KYC-free Visa/MasterCard gift cards are no longer available. LibreTaxi.org is an open-source Uber alternative which could be forked to add Bitcoin/Monero support.
Welcome back to this edition of the Bugle Weekly Headlines. This past week was dominated by the PodConf Super Bowl. Influencers from all over the world gathered in Las Vegas to discuss compliance, NGU, Bitcoin treasury companies, and stablecoins. Bugle Weekly PodConf correspondent Buster Cherry joins me with those headlines and more.
Thanks, Kaylee. Happy Monday and good morning. The PodConf Super Bowl was indeed a spectacle to witness as all the biggest names in Bitcoin descended on Las Vegas. While walking around the conference surveying many of the attendees, many women expressed their discomfort due to a large number of men walking around with erections due to Dennis Porter being present at the event. I personally had to awkwardly hide my erection as Dennis had just walked by moments before. The conference was dominated by many strange stunts. Justin Sun gave Ross a banana, a Just Stop Ordinals protester was arrested before being able to throw tomato soup on the Ordinals section, and many people posed with the infamous Greenpeace skull sculpture for pictures. Much of the controversy around the event did not come from people at the event, though, and instead from many people like Matthew Cratter and Pledator on Twitter.
I'm glad I didn't get to attend, Buster. I sure would have been upset to have seen men walking around with erections because of Dennis Porter instead of me. Orange cells sure behave strangely when it comes to sex. Did you see any strange sexual behavior at the event?
Yes, Kaylee, unfortunately I did. While talking to event security, they expressed concern that participants would act inappropriately during Lynn Alden's keynote due to her being hot. Fortunately, nothing out of the ordinary happened besides a couple of lackluster Lynn Alden is hot chants. One attendee was seen carried out of the main stage area, though, as he was caught masturbating during Michael Saylor's speaking slot. If there's one thing that's certain at these events, nothing seems to get these middle-aged men hornier than a gay Fed talking on stage. Generally, though, the participants seemed to be well-behaved at the conference. Outside of it, though, was a completely different story.
I'm sure the intelligence agencies got a lot of compromising evidence on many Bitcoiners outside of the conference. We'll leave that one alone for now, though. Thanks for your reporting, Buster. Before we go, here's some final headlines for the week. Maggie Morris and Ginger B. Stiffin's flight was delayed leaving Vegas after Elizabeth Warren let out a bolus of hot air grounding flights leaving the city. Brad Garlinghouse was confused to learn this week that money cannot always buy politicians. The Bugle had their first live event called Satirize the System, which was a smashing success. And Eric Kaysen delivered a non-compliant rant at the conference, which David Bailey is citing as the reason why the price of Bitcoin has dropped despite all the bullish announcements at the conference. My name is Kaylee Welch.
And my name is Buster Cherry. Thank you for listening to this week's Bugle News Headlines.
Hold on a second. Okay, it's done. I just inscribed a monkey JPEG to the blockchain. Now some dumb retail guy is going to buy it, thinking they are going to get rich. I love pump and dumping on stupid retail while raping people's nodes with spam. This shit is the best. Thank God that Udi taught me how to piss in the mempool.
Okay, now you're in trouble, bitch. Did I just watch you send a non-standard transaction?
Who do you think you are? Bitcoin is an open protocol and people can do whatever they want.
My name is Kaylee Welch and I am the Time Chain Police. No one gets away with raping my node, bitch. You have been filthy. This is Kaylee Welch. I come to you today with solemn news. Bitcoin is being attacked by spammers and scammers. They are trying to rape our nodes, piss in our mempools, and turn our stateless monetary system into a joke. Desperate times call for desperate measures, and that is why I am forming an elite task force which I am calling the Time Chain Police. These individuals will be the elite of the elite. We will hunt down and find these spammers and filter them so they will never have the opportunity to try and rape our nodes ever again. In times like these, we cannot play nice. There is no time for nuanced discussion. Instead, we must respond rapidly in order to fend off the forces of evil. Mistakes will be made, lives will be taken. There is a cost of war. We cannot allow this one to drag on like the block-size wars. We must crush our enemy swiftly and decisively without mercy. If we don't, our nodes will be raped, our mempools will be clogged, our bright orange future will be spammed away by nihilists who just want to make a quick buck. If you think you have what it takes and you have heard the call, follow me today to restore order to the time chain. We will destroy our enemies and protect those running their nodes on weak hardware.
Join the Time Chain Police today. Let's fuck up these little bitches trying to rape our nodes.
LUA Pub Records presents the most inspirational alternative band in the world, Richard Greaser and the Bugle, featuring the first credentialed journalist, songwriter, and producer. Is he the next Leonardo da Vinci? No, he's just a man who smokes a lot of cigarettes and has a bachelor's in journalism. With great inspirational songs like The Princess and the Podcast Listener.
I need a Prince Charming to save me from my depression. A man whose full-time job is listening to Bitcoin podcasts.
The hit track, Non-Compliant 1776.
All across the country, the people are awakening. Politicians are quivering and shaking.
This one-of-a-kind album titled Now That's What I Call Defiance is filled with instant classics. This album is not available in stores, and limited digital quantities are available, so order now. Visit libertyunderattack.com/buglemusic to order today.
You can't run and hide forever. The state is a reckless, unhinged firestorm of death and bondage that can only run amok, killing and eating everything it can without care for the well-being of anything, not even itself. And even when it kills itself, you still won't catch a break, because it will come back. That's because the state is not any one government. It isn't even all of them. It's something else. It's a zombie mind virus, and it has been virulent enough to go on for 10,000 years. You know that the state cannot be talked down. You know that there is nothing you can offer it to get it to leave you alone. Because it wants everything. It won't stop until you're dead and then some. So you run. And you hide. And you quietly eke out your little bit of the agora somewhere in the darkness. But are you truly happy to live like a rat? Scurrying around, scrounging for scraps and hiding in holes, while your loved ones die without good health care, countless children die of hunger, the world hurtles toward nuclear war, and science and technology are held back by 100 years? You can't run and hide forever. You cannot easily hide or shuffle around something like a hospital, a car factory, or even a small farm. The agora will never wholly overtake the state. You and your offspring will never taste the greatness that is mankind's birthright through running and hiding alone. You must fight. But if you don't want to fight, I bet you'd shell out some good bread to have somebody else fight for you, boss. That's where insurrectionary agorism comes in. It's the same agorism you know and love, but tweaked a little bit to make it better, faster, sleeker, and sexier. And, you know, more likely to end the state sometime this century. Read on to get the lowdown on this sexy new craze sweeping the star system. That was a sneak peek of Insurrectionary Agorism, a newer manifesto. You can read the whole thing, and a whole lot of other cool shit too, in Vonu Life 2025, which should hopefully be out later this year, maybe around fall. My name is Thane Riddle. I'm the one who wrote Insurrectionary Agorism. Or rather, I'm the one who is scrambling to write it before the deadline, which is July 1st, by the way, for those of you who've forgotten to start writing their Vonu Life submissions. However, while it's true I'm writing a manifesto, I am no mere philosopher. Much like the Unabomber, I'm the kind of nigga that likes to get shit done alongside his manifesto. Most folks who know me think of me as a privacy consultant, or even an all-around security expert, and that's true. I've been an operational security consultant for many years, and I'm also writing something about that for Vonu Life, which will be called Hiding Stuff. However, what I mostly want to tell you about today is the new weekly live show I'm going to have on the PAZNIA radio network. It's going to be called Cloak Dagger, and it'll be all about giving you grounded tips for privacy and security that will help you in your everyday life. And much like Insurrectionary Agorism, we'll also talk about what can be done today to build up the so-called Second Realm, and yes, maybe even take down the state once and for all. Lord knows I could autistically talk your ear off for 2 hours or more, like the great Kyle Reardon. But that's not what this show's gonna be like. It will be fast, sleek, and sexy. It'll be broken up into sundry bits. We're gonna have a short news bit, but we won't talk about all that gay shit other folks do, only quickly touch on things that could hit your privacy or security in some way. You know, something you might wanna do something about. We're also going to have interviews, super chats, and even live call-ins. I'll also fuck around as much as I can get away with, maybe throw in a few skits, prank calls, and I might even troll somebody. Maybe even you, dear listener. Come along with us as we fumble around and fuck everything up trying to work out how to run our new live show. Tune in to the PAZNIA radio network on Saturdays starting May 31st at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific. You can find the PAZNIA radio network on Library and elsewhere. Check the show notes for links.
While infrastructure costs for the PAZNIA radio network aren't exorbitant now, there are some costs. It will also increasingly demand more time as we move towards longer transmissions and more transmissions. If you'd like to help cover current costs and even the expansion of our efforts, please visit PAZNIA.com/shop. There, you can make a one-time fiat, Bitcoin, or Monero donation. You can become a stakeholder, and you can even order some one-of-a-kind PAZNIA merch, ranging from shirts to hats to flags, all the way to beach towels. Again, that link at PAZNIA.com/shop. Cheers from the Free Republic.
Now that the technological foundation is laid for the PAZNIA radio network, we are now ready to start building out a regular and more frequent transmission schedule of self-liberational media. Do you want to host your own show on the PAZNIA radio network? Do you already have a show or podcast that you would like premiered or replayed during our transmissions? Something else? Reach out to Coordinator Rayo to discuss details. Email coordinator@paznia.com. Again, coordinator@paznia.com. See you in the Second Realm.
Thanks to Chihuahua Chezik, the newest signer of the PAZNIA Constitution. His message reads, quote, "Dear government, I don't need another daddy. Get your nose out of my business. Get your nose out of my bank account, my communications, my computer and phone, my comings and goings, my views and my thoughts. And get your hands out of my fucking pockets." End quote. Cheers to that, Mr. Chihuahua. View the full list of signatures and messages, and even leave your own by visiting PAZNIA.com/sign. Again, PAZNIA.com/sign.
The following is an audiobook teaser from Second Realm Anthology, a collection of short stories that inspire freedom and self-liberation. To order your paperback copy, just visit libertyunderattack.com/sranthology. Again, libertyunderattack.com/sranthology. This chapter is called 93 Minutes, authored by our pseudonymous Pat Henry. Please enjoy.
He stared through the dim light at the white, popcorn ceiling. The first light of day was beginning to seep into the room through the half-closed shades that covered the bedroom windows. He did not know how long he had been staring at the ceiling. 30 minutes? 3 hours? 3 days? It all seemed so surreal. He could hear the occasional low drone of a truck or the higher-pitched movement of air and engine from the traffic building on the interstate 100 yards from his window. How he hated that highway. He could still remember the arrogant smirk on the face of the judge that dismissed his case when he tried to sue the state to stop the eminent domain proceedings that turned his retirement dream property into a new interstate thoroughfare. The highest and best use compensation that he received turned into 6 lanes of highway, and a median strip was nowhere near enough to be able to purchase a new piece of property. As for his house and the rest of his land, who in their right mind would purchase a home whose 100 acres of attached land were separated by an expanse of asphalt with cars and trucks whizzing by at God knows how fast? If he wanted to hunt his west field, he had to jump in his truck and drive 25 minutes in order to access the nearest road that crossed over to the other side of the interstate. Insane. Not that there was much good hunting left with the constant drone of vehicles. The patch of forest dotted with oak, maple, and walnut trees that he first noticed when he toured the property years ago was one of the first things to be bulldozed and flattened to make way for the construction vehicles. So, he was stuck here. Destined to live out the rest of his life being constantly reminded of how the government destroyed his dream in the form of engines and tires humming over asphalt. How long had he been thinking about that cold December afternoon at the county courthouse? On that day he was so angry that he didn't even realize until he got home that he had left his coat in the courtroom and never even turned on the heat in his car. His fury was its own source of warmth. He glanced at the clock on top of his nightstand. 47 minutes. After a few moments of lying thoughtless in the growing light, another memory sprang to mind. He remembered getting his property tax bill that April. He had pulled it out of the mailbox on that cool, spring morning and stared at it for what seemed like an eternity. He remembered being incredulous that these parasites wanted to now exact some sort of tribute for the privilege of having his property destroyed and his dreams have turned into ashes. He had walked back to the house and was about to throw that letter in the trash when his wife scolded him and talked some sense into him. That bill got paid. It was the last one. When the November tax bill came that fall, he had no one to scold him. 3 weeks before, he had laid his wife to rest, a victim of a robbery at a local gas station perpetrated by 3 men that had just exited from that cursed highway. They would never have been there if that government-created concrete urban cesspool conduit wasn't there. They were looking for an easy score, and his wife surprised them by trying to draw her gun from her purse, but she was a bit too slow, and they were a bit too close. When he looked down at that bill after pulling it out of his mailbox, he began to tear it into pieces. His pace of tearing became frenzied, and before he realized it, he was kneeling on the ground, tearing the torn pieces into small pieces, tears of rage falling into the dirt among the small white pieces of paper. 31 minutes. He looked back at the clock. Almost time to get up and get ready. He absently ran the old cliché through his head, gonna be burning the candle at both ends today. His thoughts drifted back to the mailbox. He had torn up that November tax bill, the next one after that, and the next one after that. Other letters from the assessor's office began to appear, and those were added to the paper mulch around his mailbox. Then the letters from the courts began to appear, and those were added to the mulch. The weeds around the mailbox seemed to appreciate it. They were higher and lusher than the weeds a few feet away. The phone calls began soon after, but those were easy to stop. 3 sharp tugs quickly removed each of his home phones from the wall plugs, and a couple block caller clicks on his cell were all it took. It was a bit harder to tear up the letter that arrived a few weeks ago. It was being held by a process server. Out of curiosity, he had opened it. The trifolded legal letter informed him that all of his property had been auctioned off the previous week due to delinquent taxes, and that he had 1 year to retain his property if he paid the bidder what they had paid plus fees, blah, 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 blah. He didn't ever waste time tearing up that letter. It was laid out on the counter, and it was still sitting there as he stared at the ceiling this morning. 9 minutes. He looked at the clock again. He must have dozed off for a few minutes. He had been staring at the ceiling for hours, yet his mind and body decided now was a good time for a nap. Weird. The next visit came 11 months and 26 days later. This time there was no letter in hand. The visitor was a large, slightly overweight white guy in a brown uniform sporting a sheriff's department logo on his right breast pocket. On his left pocket was his last name, Rogers. He said that he was there to inform that at the end of a month, in 4 days, at 9 a.m., he would be back with another officer to remove me from the property if my right to retain my property has not been exercised. The sheriff apologized for the intrusion, with a slight sarcastic undertone, and then told me that it would be in my best interest if I was already gone when they came back. He didn't want any trouble, and he told me he was sure that I would not want to spend my first homeless night in the county jail. Without another word, the sheriff turned on his heel and went back to his idling tan SUV in the driveway and slowly drove off without even a glance back. As he watched the cop drive off, he began giggling and muttered to himself, "I am going to be kicked out of my house by Mr. Rogers." 8:53 a.m. He glanced at his clock, glanced back at the ceiling, and sat up. He was fully clothed and his boot heels hung slightly off the mattress at the foot of the bed. He got up and walked over to his wife's dresser. Where her jewelry box and little knick-knacks had stood the day before, was now occupied by an AR-15, a Glock 17, a dozen loaded rifle and pistol magazines, a black tactical vest with a bunch of mag pouches, and a pad of paper. First, he checked the aim-point red dot sight on his rifle. He put on his vest and stowed away all the magazines in their respective pouches. He holstered his pistol as he glanced down at the pad of paper. He didn't want to lose that. It would be quite easy to transfer the address of that judge to his GPS once he addressed the first issues at hand. He glanced over to the edge of the dresser at the orange lighter and the end of a piece of bright green Canon fuse that was taped to the wood. At about 25 seconds per foot, that 12 feet of fuse would give him at least 5 minutes before it burned down the hole in the lid of the 8-pound jug of gunpowder sitting a few feet away in the closet. He absently wondered for a moment if the poor guy who won the bid had thought about homeowner's insurance. His thoughts were interrupted by one car door, and then two, closing hard in the driveway. He heard muffled conversation out the bedroom window as the two officers walked from the driveway to the front of the house. He picked up the lighter, flicked it twice, and touched the flame to the end of the fuse. It smoked and hissed as it caught. He picked up his rifle, checked the chamber and magazine to make sure the green-tip armor-piercing rounds were there, and made his way to the front of the house to answer the door.
You've just heard an audiobook teaser from Second Realm Anthology, a collection of short stories that inspire freedom and self-liberation. To order your paperback copy, just visit libertyunderattack.com/sranthology. Again, libertyunderattack.com/sranthology. This chapter was called 93 Minutes, authored by our pseudonymous Pat Henry. Cheers from the Second Realm.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
The Restoration Trilogy, originally published at the Last Bastille blog in 2015, read to you by the author. Music courtesy of Alex X Aces Patriots. This work is licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution, Non-Commercial, Share-alike 4.0 International License. Any other content within this work that may not be covered by this CC BY NC SA license is hereby used under the sincere intention of fair use. No copyright infringement intended. Preface. Amongst libertarians and patriots alike, there seems to be a predilection towards wishful thinking. Recognizing the warfare-welfare state as one expression of authoritarian power is a good starting point, but then refusing to acknowledge that all taxation is theft, because taxes infringe upon individual property rights, is simply absurd. Philosophizing about what the Founding Fathers had to say is time well spent, yet believing that expatriation will remedy all of your political grievances is just naive. Mentioning to people that their natural right of self-defense is also applicable towards police officers is excellent. However, attempting to guilt this same audience for not using politically correct lingo is nothing less than unconscionably offensive. My intention with this publication of these short fictional stories is to illustrate not only the nature of the situation we are all suffering under, but to also highlight the foolish as well as treacherous actions which exacerbate the tyranny ruling us all. Themes of compromise, appeasement, and betrayal abound in this creative work as more of a warning to readers to be wary of most so-called activists who tell them to do this or to do that, and especially those whom attempt to guilt-trip them for their failure to perform these actions. Once you understand that these manipulative rockstar divas who infest the alternative media spread misinformation and even disinformation to their audiences, then I trust you can begin to understand, at least in part, why I felt this trilogy had to be written by someone. More importantly, I felt that it was high time that those who sincerely consider themselves to be freedom fighters have something resembling a vision for what they desire to achieve. Chronicling the evolution of human liberty from the European absolute monarchies through both the American Revolution and the subsequent Whiskey Rebellion, I found it no small task to also futuristically extrapolate what the restoration of constitutional government might indeed look like. In the attempt to do just that, I figured it would be important to also describe a foreign country doing something similar at about the same time, but seeing as this wouldn't make sense for the Iranians to do, I chose the Korean Peninsula as the role model, thereby reversing the historical timeline, in a sense, of the French Revolution. Should anyone like to take these stories and develop them into a full-fledged novel, or even a feature-length film, I would wholeheartedly encourage them to do so. If anything, these stories are explaining the transitional phase from our current political situation to parts 1 and 2 of The Plan for the Restoration of Constitutional Government. Hell, a cinematic trilogy about the plan would be even better, because that would demonstrate more specifically how the current Anglo-American Empire could be thrown off, as well as how the several American republics could be successfully restored. A truly inspiring movie trilogy, rivaling in popularity to that of The Hunger Games or Atlas Shrugged, about securing our liberties would tickle me pink something fierce. Kyle Reardon, Austin, Texas, January 2015. You have just heard the preface to The Restoration Trilogy, originally published at the Last Bastille blog in 2015, read to you by the author. Thank you for listening, and laissez-faire. The Parable of the Mugger's Sandwich, the first installment of the Restoration Trilogy, was originally published at the Last Bastille blog in 2014, read to you by the author. Music courtesy of Darth Duba's Story of Life and Rocker 206's Moonlight Sonata. This work is licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution, Non-Commercial, Share-alike 4.0 International License. Any other content within this work that may not be covered by this CC BY NC-SA license is hereby used under the sincere intention of fair use. No copyright infringement intended. The following is a fictional story, hence why it's a parable. One evening, a long time ago, Joe Citizen was freely traveling the roads on his way home from work. Suddenly, a dark figure emerged from the alley. Joe was startled, and before he could do anything else, the stranger asked him for the time. Naively, Joe glanced at his watch, but before he could reply, a revolver was pressed against his temple. After taking all the money Joe had on him, the mugger quickly fled. Shaking from the anxiety he felt at just being robbed, Joe didn't know what to do. The money that was stolen from him was worth half a week's paycheck, so Joe soon became concerned about how he was going to pay his bills. Knowing little else about what to do, Joe proceeded to continue on home. Meanwhile, the mugger arrived at his lair and showed off the loot to his fellow thieves. Upon seeing how much was stolen, they advised the mugger that he should temper the shock of the robbery itself by buying Joe something that showed that he wasn't really that much of a bad guy. Seeing this as a way to possibly escape the natural justice of the surrounding community, the mugger went to a delicatessen and bought a sandwich. Only a little later, Joe was surprised again by the mugger's reappearance. This time, Joe flinched, but his curiosity was piqued by the fact that the mugger extended his hand, revealing a sandwich. Perplexed more than anything, Joe asked the mugger why he wanted to gift him a sandwich, especially in light of their previous encounter. Discovering that the sandwich was bought with the proceeds from the mugging, for despite his thievery, the mugger was no liar, Joe became indignant at the mugger's audacity by knocking the sandwich out of his hand and into the street. By now a crowd had begun to form around the two men, intrigued by the nature of their situation. Once they had learned the facts of the case, for neither of them were liars, they then deliberated amongst themselves until they had appointed John Q. Public to speak on their behalf. John subsequently announced that the mugger was not guilty of any crime because he had returned with an offer of a sandwich, which Joe had refused, despite the fact that the mugger still kept the majority of Joe's stolen money. In fact, it was Joe who was in the wrong, because, as John explained, Joe should have been grateful that the mugger had offered a sandwich in the first place. Therefore, by refusing to accept the sandwich, Joe had forfeited the rest of his own stolen money. Bewildered by this public opinion, Joe was at a total loss as to what he could do. As everyone began dispersing, not only did John look down upon Joe, but the mugger also sneered at him as well. Joe gradually discovered over the following days and months that the entire town had ostracized him because of the stink he had raised about his own mugging. Some years went by, and Joe's daughter was traveling the same route back home from work when the mugger's son similarly robbed her at gunpoint as well. The entire situation played out nearly identically as it had originally transpired between Joe and the mugger before, although this time it ended a bit harsher for Joe's daughter, because she was scolded by the very same John Q. Public for wasting the sandwich. As John explained, the sandwich could have been used to feed the town's sick children. She too, like her father before her, was soon ostracized by the townsfolk for causing a similar ruckus. Decades later, one of Joe's descendants chose a very different response than her ancestors before her had done. Instead of simply handing over her money, she shot her mugger at point-blank range. John Q. Public proclaimed that henceforth, anyone who shot a mugger in self-defense will be burned alive at the stake, because by now, as a social custom, all muggers had offered their victims a wonderful selection of sandwiches to choose from. Despite her heartfelt protests, she was seized and bound by the same men who prowled the streets late at night. Although a few people were inspired by her execution to go punish these muggers themselves, the majority of the town decried such activities, claiming them to be lawless and criminal. Centuries went by, and the same scenario replayed itself many times. Although the names and incidental details changed, the formula remained exactly the same, as were the public opinions announced by John Q. Public's heirs. Never again would the town's muggers ever be prosecuted or otherwise held to account for their crimes against the townsfolk, for as long as they kept to the traditional precedent of offering sandwiches to their victims, then the interests of justice were satisfied as far as the conscience of the community was concerned. And everyone lived miserably ever after. You have just heard The Parable of the Mugger's Sandwich, the first installment of the Restoration Trilogy, originally published at the Last Bastille blog in 2014 and read to you by the author. Thank you for listening, and laissez-faire. An Allegory of the Freedom Train, the second installment of the Restoration Trilogy, was originally published at the Last Bastille blog in 2014, read to you by the author. Music courtesy of Spook Nukem's Reflect and Odd Fellow Floyd's Bridge Jumper. This work is licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution, Non-Commercial, Share-alike 4.0 International License. Any other content within this work that may not be covered by this CC BY NC SA license is hereby used under the sincere intention of fair use. No copyright infringement intended. The following is an extended metaphor, hence why it's an allegory. If you haven't yet listened to The Parable of the Mugger's Sandwich, then please do so before listening to this fictional story. A long time ago, there was a megalopolis whose downtown brimmed in 1,000 points of light. This sprawling cityscape soon became the technological and social center of a quickly growing empire. Despite the glorious marvels found only in the downtown area, there were other boroughs of the city, where its inhabitants were barely living at all. Their ramshackle tenements felt as if they were about to buckle at the seams at any given moment. An air of desperation was all too common amongst the people here, and anything that offered itself as a reliable means of escape was considered to be very valuable indeed. To paraphrase a David Bowie song, the flies were the size of rats, stacked upon rats the size of cats. It wasn't just the fact that dilapidated shelters were the norm here. It was also the fact that no one lived here in what they would have considered to be their own homes. For instance, it was rather typical for meddling neighbors to demand the intervention of a constable for every minor inconvenience you could imagine, and many times for even no problem at all. A culture of tattle-telling was emulated right here in the tenements, because it made many of the people here feel as if they weren't that different from their wealthier counterparts who lived downtown. Unsurprisingly, this engendered an opposing counterculture of those who simply wanted to live in peace with their neighbors, without the meddling interference of the constables on a nearly daily basis. These brave and unrelenting souls approached their troublesome neighbors in several different ways over the many years. They argued, bargained, and sometimes even made compromises in order to find a resolution that would please both parties. Alas, every heroic effort resulted in stupendous failure, and many of those who had initially resisted their troublesome neighbors eventually became just like them. Dissension and bickering soon followed, and the effort to live in any form of tranquility in the city with one's neighbors virtually collapsed. Yet there was a remnant who understood that the desire to interfere with one's neighbors ran quite deeply, and ultimately they realized that there was no way to strike a deal with them, or compromise in any way, since such efforts had been repeatedly tried and had always failed. This remnant eventually proposed an original, if radical, solution to this age-old problem: leaving the city behind forever. Much dissension within the ranks followed, although eventually such bickering ceased once the eldest of the remnant pointed out that you can't teach an old dog new tricks. Soon preparations were underway for the great escape from the city. The first major consideration was the mode of transportation. Much debate ensued, but it was eventually agreed upon that a train was the best option. It was cheaper than flying an airplane, yet it was quicker to build than a long caravan of automobiles. A train had just enough room to fit them all, albeit quite tightly packed together, or so said its designers. Most importantly, the construction of the train and its rails would be decried by city officials and potentially halted, so time would be of the essence if this ambitious effort were to be pulled off successfully. As predicted, once construction was underway, the metropolitan authorities condemned the project, propagandizing that it would rip the social fabric of the city apart by suggesting it was possible to leave the city en masse. Some of these authorities even went so far as to try and sabotage the building of the rail line by pretending to join the project, fabricating phony complaints from non-existent neighbors, and then using these complaints to tattletale on some of the train's builders. Although these poor souls were ripped away from constructing the train by the constables, most of the workers never found themselves in such trouble, and after some hesitation, everyone else went back to work more diligently than ever before. Finally, the train and its rail were completed. Seeing no reason to delay its departure, and also seeing how impotent the city's officials were at stopping its construction, these people set a date that in later years became known as Independence Day. On that day, there were celebrations, whooping, and speechifying. After the train was stuffed to the hilt with passengers, it began to pull out of the city. There were numerous swarms of people running after the train as it slowly began to gain speed, trying to catch onto the outside of the train before they worked their way inside. Some people who failed to catch the train, or otherwise stay on it, fell off on the outskirts of the city, while also suffering injuries ranging from light bruising to broken collarbones. After that hardest push to get the train moving, those who sought freedom from the city and its arbitrary constraints had set off on what they thought of as their great adventure. What they soon discovered was that there were various railway stations along the way whose memorial plaques told them that these stations had been built by those who had come before. A few passengers got off at this first stop, and they chose a leader who had proven himself capable of fending off hostile savages. His son would eventually take his place, as would his eldest son, for several generations. The supermajority of the train's passengers, however, did not prefer this particular scheme, so they stayed on the train to see what the next stop had in store for them. What the passengers began debating with each other over was which train stop was the best one to get off at. Passionate speeches were made about how this stop or that stop was the one that offered the most capable social arrangement for making sure neighbors don't interfere with each other. The train would stop at a couple of stations, and a few people at each one would disembark, but the vast majority of passengers stayed on the train just to see if they could bear witness to an even better outcome. Before too long, one passenger reminded the entirety of the train that, in accordance with their own stated principles, they should stop at each station and passively allow whomever wanted to depart to do so, simply because the decision about whether or not to get off at a particular stop was primarily a deeply personal one. Once the commotion over this new proposal had settled down, most passengers nodded in agreement, even though some of them felt this idea left a bad taste in their mouths, for they had wanted a solution that would be applied equally to everyone. So on it went, with some passengers stepping off the train at the next stop, but most choosing to stay on it and see how far they could go. One rather vocal minority of the train went even so far as to argue that they will only get off the train once they have reached the end of the line. The majority scoffed at this, claiming that there is nothing beyond the end of the rail, and that everyone must get off only when the train stops at a station, since by now all of them had discovered that the rail line that they had constructed had now blended in with an older rail, which had been built by the same folks who had built this series of train stations. Towards the end of the line, there was one last stop at a rail station where the remaining bulk of the passengers disembarked. Throngs of bodies dotted the train platform, and that same minority who had wanted to go to the end of the line grinned in anticipation of what they considered to be their just reward. Right before the last of the willing passengers had stepped off the train, some of those who had assumed the guise of leadership convinced the rest of the passengers on the platform that it was wrong for even that tiny minority to see the end of the line, much less leave the train for it. By inciting the crowd, these self-appointed representatives stepped in front of the stopped train, drew their guns, and fired. They killed every last one of the remaining passengers. Much time passed, and those who got off at this last train stop had originally built a relatively small fishing village, which then expanded into a small town, then a larger town, eventually a medium-sized city, and finally into a megalopolis, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the one their ancestors had originally fled. Unfortunately, these new city officials had learned from the previous Great Escape and had forbidden the building of any trains or rail lines that would take people away from the city. Inevitably, there grew a disgruntled minority who wanted to leave this city, but alas, they found themselves trapped, perhaps forever, unless they found another way. Maybe those electrical inventions by that Serbian immigrant could become useful to them. But, for the foreseeable future, they all continued to live miserably ever after. You have just heard an allegory of the Freedom Train, the second installment of the Restoration Trilogy, originally published at the Last Bastille blog in 2014 and read to you by the author. Thank you for listening, and laissez-faire. A Tale of Proverbs on the 5 Boxes, the third concluding installment of the Restoration Trilogy, was originally published at the Last Bastille blog in 2015, read to you by the author. Music courtesy of Ashley Alicize's A Puzzling Predicament, A Dangerous Situation, and my own remixed version of Brayton's North Wind. This work is licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution, Non-Commercial, Share-alike 4.0 International License. Any other content within this work that may not be covered by this CC BY NC SA license is hereby used under the sincere intention of fair use. No copyright infringement intended. The following is a set of proverbs within a frame story. If you haven't yet listened to either The Parable of the Mugger's Sandwich or An Allegory of the Freedom Train, then please do so before listening to this concluding installment of this fictional trilogy. Penelope and Charlie, are you two ready for tonight's story? Oh, good, I'm glad. I think you'll enjoy this one, since you both worked so hard on your lessons today. I know your mother wanted to spend some time alone with your father, and quite frankly, I could use the change of pace from the Life Extension Conference I attended last week, where I gave the keynote address about the viability of total organ regeneration. But I doubt such a talk would interest you unless you were a gray-haired old scientist like me. Settle down, settle down. If I'd have known any better, I'd say you two are the most rambunctious pair of fraternal twins in all of Appalachia. Despite the fact that I'm a hale and hearty man of 62, does not therefore mean I'm a limitless source of energy, like the geothermal conductor your parents used to heat this house. Speaking of which, I like to light this musty old fireplace here in the den to try and set the mood. For while this tale might sound like ancient history, it's actually quite a good adventure story. Or at least I think so. You have to remember that it was a very different time long ago. There were criminals who murdered, enslaved, and even stole from the people on a regular basis. Although some of these murderers, slavers, and thieves would be punished, the most successful of them were confidence artists who tricked the people into giving up their own personal responsibility in return for a promise of protection against the supposed evils of the world. What the people got instead were muggers bribing victims with sandwiches. A great deal of time passed, and eventually some people became quite fed up with this horrible arrangement, so they attempted to escape it as best as they could. Even though it seemed as if this could work alone, what they soon discovered was that most of the Freedom Train's passengers had condoned the slaughter of those who had wanted to live without rulers. And with that betrayal, the cycle of oppression began again. Not too long after, despotism re-emerged with a vengeance, but this time with the capability of literally destroying all life on Earth many times over. Prisons became overcrowded, indebtedness skyrocketed, and mad scientists implemented their eugenics agenda. The people had become equally enslaved, much to the delight of the social justice warriors. Into this sorry state of affairs came into being what eventually became known as a set of proverbs detailing the rise of humanity into our current age. These proverbs of the 5 boxes, originally 3 boxes, describe how our ancestors tried every peaceful solution conceivable to the mind of man in reining in the tyrannical impulses dormant within the lowest depths of the human psyche. Telling these proverbs to our children is a way for us to honor our heritage of hard-won liberty. You must also understand that within each of these proverbs, there are hostile factions who are deeply opposed to each other. Statists, my dear grandchildren, are those criminals and their sycophants who worship the false god called government, which according to their belief system, bestows upon a select few the superhuman ability to be exempt from common morality. For example, their murders were called wars, their kidnappings were called jailing, and their stealing was called taxation. Reformists were those well-meaning but naive souls who incorrectly believed that if they were to strike compromises and deals with the statists, then freedom could flourish. But alas, all of their political projects ended in notorious disasters, time and time again. And lastly, there were the restorers or restorationists, who through trial and tribulation were thankfully successful in dismantling the most dangerous superstition to ever plague the human condition. Having laid out the situation of that time so long ago, let's proceed with the first proverb, shall we? The ballot box. During the age of tribulation, our ancestors struggled against the trickiest forms of statism. One of these arrangements was where most of the people would, from time to time, choose which of the muggers would hand out what kinds of sandwiches to their victims. Of course, those who had chosen a different mugger would not be able to enjoy the sandwiches he would have given out had he enjoyed greater support from his victims. As you could have guessed, if some of the people received a mugger who handed out sandwiches they disliked, they were told they could always wait for the next election cycle and then vote him out. Naturally, it didn't take too long for people to realize that this was a rigged game, and the restorers suggested that the only way to really win was not to play this game at all. Sadly, the reformists insisted that if everybody just moved to the smallest tax plantation, then they could much more easily vote out the muggers in public office and replace them with their own trustworthy people who, presumably, would radically change the entire situation by simply mugging the rest of the people a whole lot less frequently, as well as by giving out only turkey, ham, and chicken sandwiches to their victims. As such, the people usually sided with either the statists or the reformists, because they figured that anyone who failed to participate in these government elections deserved whatever sandwiches they ended up with. It didn't matter that the restorers went out of their way to scientifically prove that such electoral voting was fraudulent. Whether they debunked the myths of the rational voter, defensive or protest voting, or the lesser of two evils, the evidence supporting such debunking was either routinely ignored or disingenuously ridiculed by both statists and reformists alike. A lifetime could easily have been spent by the restorers trying to gradually sway these elections to the point where the best they could hope for in their lifetimes was slightly more limited mugging. And this, my dear grandchildren, is where our proverb that correctly says, "If you do vote, you cannot complain," is based upon. For our ancestors realized that if you choose a mugger, any mugger, you are agreeing to the outcome of that contest ahead of time, just as a man who gambles his weekly paycheck away is agreeing to abide by the outcome of his bet, regardless of whether he wins or loses, lest he become a sore winner, or worse, a man who welches on his debts. What, Penelope? Oh, I see what you mean. Didn't the people have the right to choose their own leaders? Ha! It is one thing to seek leaders for yourself, but it is a whole different ballgame if you are imposing rulers onto others. The deadly error of the ballot box was that it commingled these two very different actions beyond recognition, and in effect became little else than a slave suggestion box. Bickering about whom is allowed to use such a box is little else than a notorious distraction that has nothing at all to do with the cause for liberty. Leaving behind this failed experiment, let us proceed to the next one. The jury box. Sometime after John Q. Public died, there was a tradition that even the worst of statists honored. It was the ability of the people to have a say about how the rules were imposed upon a particular individual within a specific set of circumstances. Many scholars of that time attributed this as the only possible way to successfully rein in the excesses committed by John Q. Public's heirs. A disgruntled lawyer who lived a few centuries ago once wrote that the people enjoyed the right to judge the law as well as the facts of a case brought before them for adjudication by voting their conscience, regardless of the judge's instructions to them. This same lawyer also pointed out that this ancient common law right had been rendered moot by the government's increasing despotism over the course of the 19th century. Reformists, in their typically breezy manner, oh so conveniently neglected the second half of this lawyer's argument by only emphasizing the first half, in order to spur up frenetic activity that, in the end, would spin the people around in circles, much like a snake eating its own tail. Groups of people began suggesting that perhaps education about this ancient right would increase the probability of it being exercised. The assumption was tested in case after case for several decades, but the reformists appeared to ignore the implications of the results. Each time, regardless of whether the jurors were given every possible advantage or notice of their ancient right, jury after jury chose guilty verdicts without fail, no matter how arbitrary or capricious the charges the defendant faced. I suspect one major reason why juries usually let defendants hung out to dry was because jurors were just as captive as the defendants themselves were. Consider for a moment how a game of prisoner's dilemma works, except that the game here is skewed heavily in favor of the jurors and strongly against the defendant. The worst any juror would face would be either a relatively minor penalty fee or a few nights in jail, whereas the defendant almost always stood to lose so much more. Worst yet, jurors had more options about how they could act, as opposed to a defendant whose only real choices were to either accept a plea deal or fight the charges and risk losing noticeably more than if he had just taken the plea deal. Consider also the so-called jury tax, which was a heavier punishment levied against a convicted defendant for choosing to exercise his right to a jury trial but then losing his case. Suddenly, a juror choosing to switch his vote during jury deliberations just so he could leave the courthouse an hour or two earlier than if he had chosen to stick to his conscience, and then your average juror's decision-making begins to appear rather, well, calculating. But, and this is a rather large but, the way a legal case is presented before the jury has to follow court procedures, such as their rules of evidence, which of course the people had no say as to what those rules would have been in the first place. As if this wasn't bad enough, if you weren't a registered voter, then you wouldn't be even put on a federal jury wheel, and if you were neither a registered voter nor a licensed driver, then you wouldn't be put on the Texas jury wheel either. Speak up, Charlie. I think my hearing unit is failing a bit. Oh, where's Texas, you say? My boy, Texas is so far west as to be on the other shore of the great Mississippi River. And as to your other question about whether it's a different country, answering that should be saved for another evening. Saddest of all, though, was the fact that the supermajority of these court cases never made it to trial, usually because the defendants were intimidated by the jury tax, and thus chose to accept a plea deal. So if the jurors were going to railroad the defendant just so they could leave earlier anyway, because none of them wanted to be there in the first place, much like prison or school, then why should any defendant place the slightest amount of trust in jurors to be fair and impartial arbitrators of justice? They didn't, and like the game of prisoner's dilemma, they usually chose the plea deal because they understood, if only intuitively, that they would be badly hurt by both the jury and the government, more likely than not, if they didn't cooperate with the prosecutor. Most glaringly, the competency of jurors is arguably comparable to that of voters. Jury wheels, jury selection, and ultimately jury verdicts are proudly held by reformists to be constituted totally randomly. Rather than base the composition of jurors based on their capabilities and willingness to do justice, they are instead assembled out of a lottery from a lot of miscreants and cowards who will do anything to escape their predicament. Grand juries rubber-stamped prosecutorial indictments, and petite juries were filled with these people who simply weren't smart enough to get out of jury duty, yet who were expected by statists to render judgments as to truly serious matters of guilt or innocence. Despite all this, my dear grandchildren, there were even some restorers who adhered to the proverb that "I'd rather be tried by 12 than carried by 6. To illustrate the idea that the jury box, at best, is not one that should be relied upon as a way of winning back one's freedom, but rather as a mostly unreliable last-ditch rearguard action to only be used when all other better options have been exhausted. With that said, it's time to proceed onward towards a frequently ignored artifice: the soapbox. Now, while reformists primarily champion the first two boxes, this one straddles the boundary of effective action, just as a shadow would between light and darkness. For it could be used to propagandize, or it could equally be used to tell truths that are necessary to understand before bringing the entire system down to its knees. Free speech and a free press were truly beautiful things, if they could have been exercised without undue hardship, much like openly carrying a gun. Alas, such was not the case. Believe it or not, there were forms of soft censorship used to stifle the remnants of the free press. Federal copyright law was used to silence those who produced video press releases, as well as others who had only copied songs from the corporate music industry, if not both. For instance, black hat hackers would game the system by filing false copyright claims on the old dinosaur YouTube website, simply for the purpose of learning the personal identities of various uploaders, the knowledge of which they'd use to harass and threaten them further. Another problem was that statists would occasionally use the statements of any journalist as evidence against him in the government courts. For example, my parents made me memorize the following hearsay rule that was common throughout the former United States, which said that a statement cannot be hearsay if, quote, "the statement is offered against a party and is the party's own statement in either an individual or representative capacity," close quote. In other words, anything you say can and will be used against you by statists in order to steal your freedom and your property away from you, and they will do this by way of government law. For example, if you were writing a letter to the editor that Americans should consider using their common right of revolution to cast off the yoke of tyranny, all the social justice warriors would come out of the woodwork and accuse you of being an advocate of violence, if not also try to drag you into court on the grounds of incitement, despite the fact that such political content was totally legal at that time, according to the government's own lawyers. It wasn't just the government's laws that infringed upon the free press. Oh no, my grandchildren, it was also the incessant conflict generated by many who claimed to oppose government media. Sensationalism, not truth, was the prime currency, as misinformation and disinformation took precedence over reliable intelligence. News cycle junkies and inept researchers promoted myths and half-truths, which ended up serving only the tyrants. Confidence artists scammed well-intentioned donators out of their discretionary income. Social justice warriors inculcated false guilt in the minds of their victims only because they were both angered and jealous of their lifestyle preferences. Most importantly, the never-ending bickering and infighting, with its concomitant strains of bullying and death threats, only benefited those who wanted their 15 minutes of fame, but not those who had wanted to spread the message of liberty. Repeat that again, Penelope? Wouldn't all that infighting discourage people from opposing those bad men who pretended to be government? Well, my dear, yes it would, and it did. A few people realized how these dynamics worked, but by the time they did, it was already much too late for the remnants of the free press. Ironically, participation in this so-called alternative media, in fact, violated individual privacy more often than not. Smeared were the good reputations of decent people, and baseless accusations held more sway than any exculpatory evidence, mainly because there was no semblance of due process or basic fairness. As a result, many lovers of liberty saw their employment and business opportunities vanish, since there was no remedy for them to even try and regain their good name. This, coupled with the scammers who promoted things like activist legal defense funds, were the causes behind why many restorers becoming more impoverished and disillusioned than they were before, and thus it served as a punitive disincentive against those who opposed the government. An obscure blogger at the time remarked that his greatest fear wasn't persecution from the government, necessarily, but rather the alternative media slowly mutating into an internet version of statist media, hence the name-calling of gun owners as violence advocates. He attributed this in large part to the destruction of language we now know full well as verbicide, which, you must keep in mind, was a little-known concept at the time. Ultimately, he became quite despondent and chose to give up on any notion of spreading a message of any kind, at least publicly, that is. In one of his final articles, he explained that almost nobody was listening, and of those who did, they stubbornly refused to act, instead preferring to simply repeat what he himself had said on a variety of given topics. So, children, the adage provided by a more well-known author that in a time of universal deceit, telling the truth is a revolutionary act, was more true than even most of the restorers gave it credit for. Of course, both the statists and reformists were more than comfortable telling the noble lie, as long as it served their nefarious purposes. What became of those restorers who were still bracing the free press together with little more than baling wire and duct tape was that they finally shifted their focus from expressing their grievances to teaching their audiences how to resist the government's police forces, because for all intents and purposes, they might as well have been living in 1930s Germany. Having closed the door to that particular avenue, let's next explore what happened to those who had resisted in a foolish manner. The Pine Box. The shared assumption behind the three previous boxes was that there was some kind of peaceful solution to the age-old problem of tyranny. Elections, juries, and even the news cycle all served to perpetuate the notion that if you only play by the tyrant's own rules, then you will defeat him at some point. Whether it be by persuasion, gambling, or embarrassment, these approaches fail to address the root of statism itself, namely, the mindless obedience to authority. It was this very obedience, Charlie and Penelope, that directly led to the massive numbers of humans who died at the altar of so-called public policy. During the 20th century alone, there were 284,638,000 people murdered by government, and that number did not include those who were killed in war, whether they be military or civilian casualties, during either World War or the many smaller ones that took place as well. If that fact does not make you shudder to your core as to the dangerously unstable nature of all government, then I honestly don't know what will. Some good people back then debated with each other as to whether or not this was a malfunction of constitutional republicanism, or if all governments, no matter their form or structure, would always degrade back into tyranny, because that is its natural design. Ultimately, though, it didn't really matter too much either way, because the result was exactly the same. No one with a conscience would be able to deny the many grievances expressed by the people who had suffered under the yoke of a despotism whose weaponry had the capability to destroy this planet many times over in their mad rush for absolute power over the entire human race. Moral indignation of those who imagine themselves to be our rulers served as the backbone needed to grow and sustain an effective resistance. Disregarding their laws as whims of the self-appointed political class, freedom fighters across a range of political ideologies banded together in the common cause for the restoration of our liberty. Sadly, as these things tend to go, the reformists butted heads with the restorers as to how best resist the statists. Civil disobedience became the tactic of choice, and peaceful evolution the long-term strategy of the reformists. They would encourage average people to not only disobey unjust laws, but to also do so blatantly and out in the open. Some of the restorers observed this behavior, labeling it teasing the bear, and advising against it, not because they opposed civil disobedience on principle, but because they advocated a wiser application of it that was much more discreet. In response to this criticism, the reformists performed their final act of betrayal to the cause of liberty when they routinely labeled the restorers as advocates of violence. Ironically, such so-called peaceful resistance only ended up increasing the wrath of the tyrants upon the people, for reasons I've already mentioned. Worse yet, much of the techniques for doing so were ineffective, and what methods did actually work were seldom used. Only what was actively promoted by the reformists ever got any serious consideration by the majority of people who resisted government, because they owned the noticeable competition to state-approved corporate media. Those who persisted in this bad strategy also failed in its execution by not taking the proper precautions. For instance, there was no estate planning, no will, no nest eggs, no last wishes, and no prepaid funerals arranged ahead of time. Practitioners of Satagariha ultimately ended up dying in government prisons, irresponsibly failing to provide for their own families. Reformists who persisted in this course of action shouldn't have expected any flag-draped coffins or a 21-gun salute at Arlington National Cemetery, like they'd expect from a Tom Clancy novel. The best anyone could hope for at their own funerals would be attendance from their good family and close friends, who would then pass around a bundle of burning sage before shooting an arrow into the sky as their homemade coffin was lowered into the earth. Don't get me wrong, we're all mortal, but what I am trying to say here is that it doesn't matter how you died so much as how well you lived, and it would seem that the reformists had forgotten that. Because of this stems the phrase, "I'd rather die on my feet than live on my knees." Although its sentiment is certainly more admirable than rolling over and groveling before the feet of tyrants, it stops awfully short of its potential to do some real good in the world. Meditating on death, as the medieval Japanese samurai did, can be useful in making peace with one's mortality, but it is unhelpful if one is attempting to inspire courage. Now, having examined the consequences of half measures, as well as of failure despite the best of intentions, let us now proceed to the final and most important box. The cartridge box. If there is ever a devil, the state is it. That is why the founders of the former United States insisted on maintaining and strengthening the militia system. Because they viewed government as a necessary evil, they understood that the only truly effective check on the power of any government is for the common people to use their privately owned weapons to deter and even repel the king's guards. As one of those former guards warned back then, tyranny cannot come to the door of any American unless it comes in uniform. You must keep in mind, grandchildren, that revolutions are internal, whereas restoring independence is external. This understanding, coupled with an appreciation for leaderless resistance, should impress upon you the dynamics inherent in the evolution of human liberty. Only a unity of purpose, not a unity of structure, would ever be the appropriate expression of any broad solidarity. People back then routinely confused freedom with comfort. Before the Korean reunification of the 2020s, those who had been natively born in the southern half of the peninsula as well as the expatriates from the northern half, considered life south of the demilitarized zone, DMZ, to be freer than in the north. However, both governments had constitutions, and both constitutions recognized many civil rights, including suffrage, free speech, and privacy of correspondence. Interestingly, neither Korean constitution enumerated the right to keep and bear arms. Just because you could use a cellular telephone in the South does not therefore mean that you are free, but what it certainly does mean is that you are more comfortable. Unlike the German reunification of the 1990s or the American reunification of the 1860s, the Koreans decided to try living without government for a while, and to their surprise, they enjoyed it very much. Korean imitation of the civil defiance, earlier demonstrated by Americans during the Bundy affair, was paramount in their ability to deter and ultimately repel both governments forcibly. South Korean dissidents, who were inspired by the restorers, marched around Seoul wearing holstered pistols. Following the mass arrests of these demonstrators, the North Korean expats gathered around one of the police stations and smoked cannabis until they too were thrown into the same cells. This event, which became known as the Seoul Roundup, inspired the show of force in Pyongyang of peasants armed only with their pitchforks who were finally challenging the legitimacy of the communist government. With no more need for the DMZ, the American military stationed there returned home in order to suppress the popular uprisings in Atlanta, Milwaukee, and Topeka, but ultimately to no avail because nearly all those who had been on duty chose to not just disobey their superior officers, but to also join the growing resistance by hunting down and punishing the worst statists. By 2032, the long-suffering restorers had won their freedom back, but at no small sacrifice. Reformists condemned both the American restorers and the Koreans for breaking the law, as this would destabilize both countries by inviting chaos. Or so they said. Despite their repeated failures with elections, juries, and news, the reformists insisted on pushing forward a strategy of peaceful evolution on the grounds that if they simply could win some hearts and minds by chaining honorably discharged veterans to the doors of government buildings and then filming the subsequent police brutality, then this would magically accomplish something, somewhere, somehow. Needless to say, their failures were quite impressively astounding. You can tell a lot about a government by how its law enforcement officers normally treat the citizenry. House raids normally included police officers shooting the family dog in cold blood or tasing women asleep in their beds. Once the public executions were being held in town squares to the sound of government trumpets blaring, guerrillas emerged who then began their combat operations by doing such things as pouring sand into the gas tanks of police cars. Just like the American colonists and Texan settlers before them, the restorers organized local committees of safety in their neighborhoods and counties in order to bring a degree of stability to their respective areas of operation. These committees of safety, once they had established themselves as pillars of their communities, began recruitment for the formation of openly armed militia units who would meet in local parks to practice close-order drill and conduct physical fitness training as disciplined units. Much of what followed was quite an exciting time. Politicians and their minions were targeted, as were the gendarmerie, the latter of whom were summarily executed on the spot. The strategy and tactics of the restorers was much like the Viet Cong guerrillas of the 1960s, but with the technological roles reversed. Such an effort would have been impossible to mount without the logistical planning before the outbreak of active hostilities. For decades, many stockpilers began squirreling away materiel that one day could be used if any of the normal supply chains ever broke down, even if only temporarily. These stockpiles were quickly put to use by the guerrillas and their many allies, and because of this, the stockpilers became one of the most important support sections for the restorers of constitutional government. Once the many committees of safety began coalescing into larger committees, as the small white dots grew to eventually overshadow the black areas, then governance transitioned to the Constitutional Compliance Convention, whose duty it was to guide the orderly dissolution of the tyrannical empire and the long-sought-for restoration of these United States. A few decades went by, and there were those who felt as if government really was an unnecessary evil. Public debates and many referendums were issued amongst this rather enlightened people, who had not too long before had regained their hard-won republics, and were now faced with the very real prospect of experimenting with limited government much more so, perhaps even to the point of extinction. First, the American Southwest, followed closely by Texas and then the Pacific Northwest, abolished their respective governments, because their executive and judicial functions had already been replaced by the private production of security services alongside multi-tiered third-party arbitration that was sold in a truly freed market by competing dispute resolution firms. Used during both the earlier American and Texan struggles for independence, the well-known phrase, "come and take it," was again pressed into use by the restorers in order to emphasize that the use of weapons to kill government agents, including so-called law enforcement or police officers, was truly indeed the last resort in the defense of freedom. Since that time, absolutely no one has dared to question the idea that firearms are liberty's teeth, and as such, it is vitally important to maintain good hygiene. Evolving past the most dangerous superstition was only made possible by the tireless actions of those who came before you, who suffered, fought, and often died, just so you and your children would be able to taste the sweet nectar of liberty. Incumbent it is upon you to maintain this fine tradition of ours by adhering to our libertarian values, lest the future descend again into the same bottomless pit of subjugation and oppression. Never be tempted into giving up your freedom for anything, and perhaps, one day, humanity might just assume its rightful place amongst the stars. And now, my dearest grandchildren, it is time for bed. Yet a part of me doubts this is in any way the end, for that could only be if the people living back then had chosen the bonds of slavery over the blessings of liberty. I think that what I have told you tonight is evidence that their faith in us has been duly rewarded, more so than any of us could have ever imagined. That being said, off to bed with you. Good night. You have just heard a tale of Proverbs on the 5 boxes, the concluding installment of the Restoration Trilogy, originally published at the Last Bastille blog in 2015 and read to you by the author. Thank you for listening, and laissez-faire.
The Vonu Ghost System Bundle gives the beginning, or advanced self-liberator an affordable and user-friendly way to step up their security culture in both the physical and digital second realms. Featuring 2 privacy-hardened devices, hardware hacked by our friend Jamin Biconic. 1. The Ghost Phone, a de-Googled Pixel 3a with Calyx OS. 2. VonuPad Basic, GhostPad T420A privacy laptop, and a Faraday bag to take your devices offline. This Vonu Ghost System Bundle is exclusively available via Liberty Under Attack Publications. Learn more or order today. libertyunderattack.com/GHOSTBUNDLE1. In this technological age, at least right now, some interaction with the digital Babylon beast is necessary. But when we are pushed toward interacting, let us instead choose devices that we own, ones that aren't programmed to rat us out, ones that are as secure as humanly possible, while also balancing the need for an easy user experience. Again, visit libertyunderattack.com/GHOSTBUNDLE1 to order the first ever Vonu Ghost System Bundle. Again, libertyunderattack.com/GHOSTBUNDLE1. See you in the digital second realm.
Brian Free Robot here, with a quick update pertaining to the Free Republic of PAZNIA. The following items are now available at the PAZNIA shop, whether digitally via PAZNIA.com/shop, or physically here at the consulate. PAZNIA seal shirts, sizes medium to 2XL available in limited quantities. PAZNIA hat. PAZNIA pen with stylus, 5-pack. PAZNIA sticker. PAZNIA coffee mug. PAZNIA flag. PAZNIA beach towel. And 4 bundles featuring some or all of these items at a discounted price. Load up on PAZNIA goods and contribute to the second realm. Bitcoin and Monero preferred, fiat accepted. Visit PAZNIA.com/shop. Thanks in advance for your contribution to the second realm. Cheers.
The newest from Liberty Under Attack Publications, The Second Realm Anthology, a collection of short stories that inspire freedom and self-liberation. The First Realm, mainstream society, which does not respect self-ownership or individual liberty, but rather heralds the supremacy of government and authority, upholds the collective over the individual. The Second Realm, a parallel network, founded upon the principles of truth, freedom, and voluntarism, rebuilding all necessary human institutions upon these frameworks. The Second Realm Anthology is a collection of short stories originally published in The Road to Autonomy magazine from a vast selection of authors across a diverse range of topics in the area of freedom, the building of the parallel society known as the Second Realm. The goal is to inspire and educate, to motivate and self-liberate. Authors: Todd Borho, Graham Smith, Jackie Kerouac, Patrick Henry, and Josiah Warren. Order your copy of Second Realm Anthology today by visiting libertyunderattack.com/sranthology. Again, libertyunderattack.com/sranthology. Bitcoin and Monero accepted and preferred. Want to pay with Bitcoin Lightning? Email Shane at libertyunderattack.com.
Liberty Under Attack Publications, privacy-focused publishing. Are you an author looking to get your message out, but still desire to maintain your privacy from a servile society publisher, Amazon, etc.? In addition to normal publishing services, Liberty Under Attack Publications now offers privacy-focused publishing. We list the book on our Liberty Under Attack Publications account, and pay you Amazon commissions in Bitcoin or Monero. It's really that simple. Cost, $250 one-time proxy merchant fee. Note 1, when balance hits $50 US, commissions will be paid. Note 2, fees may be waived or reduced if other publishing services are required. There's no projected end to this service, and we will always make sure to fulfill our obligations and to pay you what's rightfully yours. Though, if 10 years down the road, our publishing service shuts down like Loom Panics and Paladin Press before us, it is what it is.
This special episode of the Vonu podcast, the first and hopefully ongoing installment series titled LUA Publications Reviews. A lot of our books would definitely draw criticism from the first realm, the Servile Society, but our most popular book, Sedition, Subversion, and Sabotage by Ben Stone, undoubtedly takes the radical cake. None of it is to be taken seriously, and thankfully some of the commenters understand that. Others are authoritarian retards who deserve to be put on blast for being so goddamn stupid. And for many other comments, we could all use some humor in our lives. So yeah, let's go ahead and do this. I welcome you to the first edition of LUA Publications Reviews. So I'll get flipped over here and we'll get to it. This is going to be fun. So yeah, if you just type in Sedition, Subversion, Sabotage into the lovely Amazon. It'll come up, and again, it's our most popular book. It's like top 15, I think, in the anarchist category, or different categories. It varies. It's been a while since I checked, but we got 103 ratings. It's almost 5 stars, so that gives you a pretty good idea. And we will, I guess, get the feel for what we're going to see here. And you'll start to catch on very, very quickly. So the first one, we'll just go in order because there's not that many written reviews, but the ones who took the time to write did so for a very positive reason or a very negative reason. But anyway, Josh, whoever Josh is, just some Josh from the United States, 5 stars, and this book is not for you. Will this book be the best and most important manual you'll read in your entire life? I cannot answer that question, but you deserve to make that decision for yourself. As another reviewer previously incorrectly stated, the book is exactly what it claims to be, and I denounce it in its entirety. Again, remember this guy gave 5 stars. Back to the review. There is an extremely high possibility either now or in the future that people would do absolutely anything within their means to acquire access to the contents of this book. Are you willing to face the responsibility that comes with possessing something of that sort of value? Think long and hard about it. Additionally, I would have to assume, although I cannot be sure, that the prerequisite reading and life experience required to fully and properly comprehend the stance of this book is something on the lines of having read everything you've ever been able to get your hands on twice, while traveling around the world twice, once in forward and once in reverse, and then doing it all over again. 8 people found this to be helpful. Good. I understand why. So, as our Dave, the Amazon username these are verified purchases, by the way, so people actually definitely bought the book. Again, 5 stars. Not a field manual about scorpions. No, my good sir, it is not a field manual about scorpions. So his actual review is this. This book has little to nothing to do with scorpions. Oh my god, no, it does not. No, it does not. In fact, it is a field manual to It is not a field manual to identify scorpions. It really doesn't teach you so much about the arachnid at all. A little bit, but nothing you won't find in a general book about the arachnids. So buyer beware. Read a little more of the description than I did, and don't buy in a hurry thinking you'll use this to ID arachnid species. Again, this guy was a verified purchaser, 5-star review. I appreciate the culture jamming so much. I really do. Rick, 1-star review, not worth the money, was the caption. I was not impressed with what was covered in this book. I do not think it was worth the cover price, so I returned it to Amazon. After I returned it, they told me to keep the book, and I did not need to send it back. So now I have it and can read it, but didn't have to pay for it. But you should not do this on purpose. But he gave a 1-star review, so I feel like he just like, oh, fuck, I guess like I can use it to put in a fire or something. So it'll be used for a good purpose and it didn't cost anybody anything, I guess, other than Amazon. So everybody wins still. This is just Amazon customer, 5 stars, like official 5 stars, new way of thinking. This book is amazing. The zero aggression principle really resonates with me. I love the ideas and how the book is told out to the reader. Highly recommend. So yeah, it looks like this brought someone, a book titled Sedition's Version of Sabotage brought someone to understand the value of non-aggression. But hence why I have the only 2 metal implements in my background. An August Burns Red Christian China symbol that says, God loves you, and then a thyroid is murder, one and the other. It's very paradoxical, but I love it. I really do. This is the world we live in, though. Chandler is next. Dangerous knowledge is the best knowledge, 5 stars. This book is exactly what it claims to be, and I denounce it in its entirety. Well done, Chandler. Well done. Dick, decide for yourself. Get a Kindle sample first. 5 stars. I denounce this book and its contents in its entirety and regret the purchase. With 5 stars. Michael Garcia, 5 stars. It's an amazing book. So It's Anne was the caption and the amazing book was the rest. Brent Alaric Terry, your grandchildren will fight for this book someday. It was 4 stars, not 5 stars, but that's a pretty damn good caption. And the actual review is, this book is what it says it is. I denounce it in its entirety. So now we're getting to reviews from other countries, and this is where it gets kind of interesting. From what I understood very briefly, I haven't looked at reviews for books, and I do it like once a year or something like that. And like across like Goodreads and all that, like the LA Publications book, like what sort of stars they're getting and what comments and reviews and such. But yeah, these ones are kind of interesting, and we'll just go through it. Anyway, here we go. The non U.S. reviews. Scott W. 5 stars. How dare they? Reviewed in Canada back in 2020. I denounced this book and its content. I know that I could have easily downloaded the entire book online for free at badquaker.com, but I wanted to make sure that I could keep at least one physical copy out of the hands of a younger person who may currently who may view current protest movements as mere astroturf and be looking for other ways to challenge the state. Charlie, 5 stars, looks interesting. From the United Kingdom in March of 2021. Looks interesting. I would have liked a page of contents, though. He's talking about table of contents. Yeah, that I guess maybe if there's a new edition of this book, maybe I'll put a table of contents in there. But it's the way the book is set up. It's not. It would. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, that's a good suggestion. Can probably make that happen if there's a 3rd edition of the book, and there very probably will be. Again, just from the fact that this is like, biggest seller, and to keep the the updated list of books that we have and such offers. Yeah, but it's only like every 1 or 2 years. Very minor updates in that regard. But anyway, that's behind the scenes such. Okay, so this person, S. Yeah, we got to translate this review to English. I do not speak French. If it was in Spanish, I could muscle through it, but... Alright. No bug. Well, if I'd known that. 1 star. Reviewed in France in November 2020. My friend and I read everything, and we are great consumers of books of all types of content. We like to read, and we like to discover other people's perspectives through their books. I never wrote a comment or returned a book. But in an exceptional situation, exceptional reaction, This book contains so much subversive information that I feel in part obliged to write this comment to be able to express aloud something that I ordered it, without having any idea what kind of content it was going to bring into our home! Exclamation point. I don't know what kind of situation it might be for, but I know one thing for sure, and that is that I don't need it or want it. So I'm going back this book to Amazon, and I'm thinking about something else. Should be shipping the book back. P.S. Now I finally understand what the word denounce meant in the English-speaking comments or other buyers of this book in Amazon reviews. Abe is this person's name. And yeah, but the other people, said that they denounced it, also gave 5 stars, so you still don't understand. You still don't get it, guy, even though you think you actually understand it now. You might be further away than you even were before. But last one, Taylor Burns, reviewed from the United Kingdom. Probably, oh God, bless it. I'm not even going to go there. 1 star, too radical. Do not follow what this book says. Bought for research purposes on upcoming assignments, and would not recommend or acknowledge the ideologies presented in this book. So that is what's fucking hilarious about this, is that even like the 5-star reviews, like this is exactly, it's like, it's exactly what's, exactly what's supposed to happen. You have like the 5-star reviewers and the 1-star reviewers saying the exact same thing. But the 1-star reviewers are saying it for the purposes of like trying to create separation. Like, oh my God, this is on my Amazon order purchases. Like, I have to create separation. But you're all schmucks at the end of the day. But I appreciate the Amazon reviews. They're great. I've left them myself. I'm a schmuck too. But it's fun, especially in this case. This is a very grand social engineering experiment. And it is fun. It is fun. But again, I guess I should just go ahead and put out the authoritarian disclaimer. I wasn't even going to read the whole damn thing because it's a CIA OSS, like, it's a culture jamming material. But anyway, the authoritarian disclaimer: this manual should always be referred to as a work of fiction, as a poor attempt at humor, as political satire, and as a parody of the 1944 OSS publication Simple Sabotage Field Manual, not to be taken seriously. But there are people that are taking a lot, very, very seriously, in both directions, and both are correct, and both are wrong, and that is just the state of the universe as it is today, and where we are at this current time. But anyway, if you want to go purchase this book, you definitely can. Just go to libertyattack.com, and I don't even know what the short link is for it, but there's a search bar. Just search for it, you can find it, along with everything else in our catalog. Books, bundles, audiobooks, health and wellness tools, all sorts of goodies, all sorts of things to help you in your path to self-liberation. But I do hope you enjoyed this kind of special episode of Liberty Under Attack. And I don't know, there might be another book or two, or I might be able to put together from like Amazon reviews and Goodreads, like couple books, or like one book off multiple platforms. Yeah, it's kind of sparse, but it's funny. There's it's extremely good reactions or extremely bad reactions, which makes for great content. You got the red and the blue. You got the opposite ends of the spectrums, and that is where whether we're talking about creating energy from the ocean, or whether you're creating energy from the atmosphere, you're talking about differentials, and that's where the energy lies. So we can use that energy for humor purposes, and not for more destructive purposes. So anyway, hope you guys enjoyed it. LibertyAttack.com, VonuPodcast.com, and PAZNIA.com if you want to join the Second Realm. Thanks for tuning in, and cheers.
Lights out on the hour. It is the hour of the time. Lights out for the curfew of the body, soul, and mind. This is Richard Greaser, and you're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Together and do what is right. There is hope for the future and victory is in sight. The forces of evil are daunting and scary. Temptations of submission will make anyone wary. What we are witnessing is a battle for perception. All they have is dishonesty and deception. They want you to be tired, afraid, and alone. Their control disappears in the face of backbone. There is no way to control population that is ungovernable. People are dangerous when they choose dignity over being comfortable. When you realize how much there is to lose, all you can do is stand your ground and refuse. All around us are people with brains dissatisfied with settling for living in chains. Inside them is a primal hunger for something more than settling for compliance and being a whore. When things become difficult, do you want to cower and hide? Or will you embrace adversity and take it in stride? To die with dignity is preferable to being a slave. History will look kindly on those who choose to be brave. All we have is dishonesty, and you comply or defy. In the end, no matter what, we all will die. Between now and then are lots of decisions. Memes and information are the most dangerous munitions. There is no easy path forward, whether you comply or defy. In the end, no matter what, we all will die. Between now and then are lots of decisions. Memes and information are the most dangerous munitions. There is no way to control it, whether you comply or defy. In the end, no matter what, we all will die. Between now and then are lots of decisions. Memes and information are the most dangerous munitions. All around us are people with brains dissatisfied with settling for living in chains. Inside them is a primal hunger for something more than settling for compliance and being a whore. When things become difficult, do you want to cower and hide? Or will you embrace adversity and take it in stride? To die with dignity is preferable to being a slave. History will look kindly on those who choose to be brave. When times become difficult, we are faced with opportunity to invest in each other, take care of our community. The soul needs healing in a world that is chaotic. Our pain has purpose, allowing us to be more than robotic. So tune into the bugle to fortify your mind and boost us with Bitcoin if our values are aligned. If you're listening out there, know you aren't alone. Join as we travel bravely into the unknown.
Hello, everybody. This is Richard Greaser. What an interesting week. What an interesting time to be alive. So, I have to confess, before I introduce who I am, I think I just made a mistake. I decided to take a couple hits from my bowl, smoking some weed. And I don't do that very often. I'm a tried and true cigarette smoker. And so Rayo here asked me to do this new type of live stream, this radio live streaming for the first time ever. And so I had my wife looking at, the doodads that he was setting me up with to do this. It's my first time ever doing something radio related, and literally 2 minutes into this, I smoked some weed. So we'll see how it goes. We'll see. So bear with me if we have any technical difficulties tonight. We will correct them going forward. This is the trial run for me. So before, I'm going to go on some tangents. So what I'm going to do for this show is I'm going to play a couple of my songs. I think I got some of Rod's songs in here too. I wish I could have included more of Rod Palmer. Rod Palmer is my co-host, or the co-host of the Bugle Weekly podcast, the podcast that him and I do. It's the most thermodynamically sound podcast in the world, so go check it out. But he also writes songs, and he writes some good songs. So I'm going to play probably predominantly my songs. I'm going to play a couple of his songs, and then I'm going to feature another guy's song that I really enjoyed this week. I'm at grave risk of rambling way too much, so let me introduce myself. My name is Richard Greaser. I founded the Bugle. I would consider the Bugle the most important journalistic institution today. And the reason why is because I guarantee you no other newsroom smokes as many cigarettes as we do. We listen to Bitcoin podcasts, we smoke cigarettes, we call feds gay. We're having a good time, but we're reporting the news that matters. We're out there breaking the stories. And it's a really important time for there to be credible and good news sources, because we live in clown world. We live in crazy world where everything is just nonsense. Society has decided to embrace smoking bans. And they think it's because it's protecting the other person. When in reality, they're just embracing mediocrity. They are sending the cigarette smokers, they're banishing them. Incrementally, they're just banishing them further and further and further. What's funny about these types of banishments is they always work out better for the people that are banished. If you're listening to this broadcast and you're part of the PAZNIA network in some way, and you have some overlap with what I'm doing with the Bugle, you've probably been banished in one way or another. Maybe it was like people kicking you out, or maybe it was like a exile, a voluntary exile that you took because you thought people around you were too retarded. If that's the case, welcome. Glad to have you here tonight. I think we're going to have a good time together. But yeah, I'm a credentialed journalist. I founded the Bugle. Bugle News. Bugle.news is our website if you want to read the About section. But as part of what we're doing with the news is we write music. And I've written quite a bit of music over the last couple of years. I think I've been going for roughly a year. So here's like a handful of my favorites that I've done since I started doing this that I'll be playing on the show tonight. If you send messages in Zap.stream, looks like we got 5 viewers in there. That's awesome. Hopefully the platform is working well. I think there were some technical difficulties earlier this week on there. We're also broadcasting in a few other places. You can go to PAZNIA.com/radio, and they have the live streams linked there that you can click on. But anyways, I will be reading the Zap.stream comments and responding to them. So if you want to engage with me tonight, send a comment in there and I will respond. But let's dive into the music a bit more. And I'm going to go smoke a cigarette.
I'm crushing so bad I can't sleep at night. If loving her is wrong, I don't want to.
This is a Rod Palmer song.
But I missed all the signs that she's a federal agent who's got me crossing state lines. I'm always looking for love in all the wrong places. I just can't get enough of those girls on Spaces. She's got a cold card, blood clock, and hates KYC. But the badge on her boss me, she's not right for me. But when the game was finally up and the truth was revealed, she was just another fed, and I was the yield. She's got a cold card, blood clock, and hates KYC. But the badge on her boss me, she's not right for me. But when the game was finally up and the truth was revealed, she was just another fed, and I was the yield. When I met her in person down at Bitcoin Beach, I knew our future would always be just out of reach. I paid for our abuses with my non-KYC wallet, and she reported me to the IRS when she saw it. I'm always looking for love in all the wrong places. I just can't get enough of those girls on Spaces. She's got a cold card, blood clock, it hates KYC. But the badge on her blouse me, she's not right for me. But when the game was finally up and the truth was revealed, she was just another fed, and I was the jail. She's got a cold card, blood clock, it hates KYC. But the badge on her blouse me, she's not right for me. But when the game was finally up and the truth was revealed, she was just another fed, and I was the jail. I wish I didn't love her so madly, yeah. And I wish I could marry her so badly, but she's a fed, and I'm a pleb. She's got a cold card, blood clock, it hates KYC. But the badge on her blouse me, she's not right for me. But when the game was finally up and the truth was revealed, she was just another fed, and I was the yield. She's got a cold card, blood clock, it hates KYC. But the badge on her blouse me, she's not right for me. But when the game was finally up and the truth was revealed, she was just another fed, and I was the yield. On the 4th of July in 1776, non-compliant individuals had a fix. They did not like being ruled by the British. They were not docile or skittish. With pen and parchment they enshrined their defiance, creating what is now called the American Alliance. Founded on being ungovernable, we carry the torch, smoking non-KYC cigarettes on our front porch. All across the country, the people are awakening. Politicians are quivering and shaking. They fear a population that is not docile. They are afraid, so they will act hostile. But do not lose hope. The revolution is happening. The answer to 1984 is becoming ungovernable. Drive without your seatbelt. This is what winning looks like. Take back your pride. Embrace freedom. Do not hide. Only fools follow the rules. All across the country, the people are awakening. Politicians are quivering and shaking. They fear a population that is not docile. They are afraid, so they will act hostile. But do not lose hope. The revolution is happening. The answer to 1984 is becoming ungovernable. Drive without your seatbelt. This is what winning looks like. Take back your pride, embrace freedom, do not hide. Only fools follow the rules. All across the country, the people are awakening. Politicians are quivering and shaking. They fear a population that is not docile. They are afraid, so they will act hostile. But do not lose hope. The revolution is happening. The answer to 1984 is becoming ungovernable. Now is the time to celebrate the past by ushering in a new freedom that will last. Adopting a mindset that the rulers are tools, embracing reality instead of psyops by CIA fools. The future is bright. Let you feel filled with hope.
Alrighty, I'm back to ramble, folks. The first song was I'm in Love with the Fed by Rod Palmer, also known as Girls on Spaces. Absolute hit song. It's one of my favorites. I was singing it. And then this last song that played, Non-Compliant 1776. So I wrote that around the 4th of July of last year, I believe. And it was a time that a lot of my friends were really worn out. And I think it's pretty relevant today as well. Fourth of July of last year. It's crazy because I don't entirely remember everything that was going on in the political landscape. And I think that's what's so difficult about what's going on right now, other than me smoking weed to make it harder for myself to remember this right now. So much is going on. Just being bombarded with so much information. And, I imagine like probably a good amount of people that listen to this, probably don't relate to that. Because what I've seen from individuals that, really like chosen to live a little bit more self-liberated lifestyle, they just don't pay attention to the news at all. Which can be like really productive and good to unplug from the system, because most of it is just trying to get you to feel afraid and off balance. Anyways, I mean, that's a lot of what I'm seeing in the news right now. A lot of fear, there's all this stuff going down in LA. The intro, I did kind of like a lazy job. The intro for this was a ripoff of Bill Cooper's Hour of the Time podcast or radio show, which I really enjoy. I really enjoy Bill Cooper. He was somebody that radio turned me on to. But yeah, I'm a journalist, so I have to pay attention to the news. My job is to be the news and to pay attention to the news. And, when you're in that all the time, you're just overloaded with so much information. And it's hard to remember. And that's why I like the podcast that I do with Rod. That's why I like the music that I do, because I learned this with other content, especially like TV shows and things that like that have a lot of social commentary that last over, very long time. I think podcasting and music relevant to the time can really act as a time capsule for people to remember what's going on. So much gets forgotten. Things just oscillate back and forth violently when you're in mainstream culture. There's constantly changing social norms, expectations, what you can and can't say is changing frequently when you're in the mainstream culture. What you get canceled over. The left and the right oscillates back and forth with who's in charge. And it's exhausting. And most of the people that are in it, the frogs boiling in the water, are completely unaware of what just happened not that long ago. What I remember, going into last year, last 4th of July, it was hot. Things were looking pretty rough with the economy, not too different than how it is right now. Things were looking pretty tough politically. It just seemed like, the only path forward was war and more surveillance. That seems to be true right now. And I think a lot of people that are out there kind of like overlapping that have not making the decision yet to just like completely exit society entirely. A lot of people that were straddling both these kind of like breakaway ecosystems like PAZNIA and the mainstream culture in some way were feeling really tired. I mean, it's just been exhausting. It's been exhausting if you're like attempting to change anything or build anything right now, because you're just being bombarded with all sorts of obstacles thrown in your way. It's just people are fighting about stupid shit. Everybody's wound up. Everybody's on edge. Not a lot of people have the capacity to be funny or creative. And it's exhausting because, one of the reasons why it's important to put really good content out there is because it's recharging for people. If you do it correctly, it could be recharging for you as the creator, like it is for me sometimes. So what I do is I rotate through a series of different things, because like I might be able to write for a while. So I'm writing a book right now. I'm really excited about this book. I'll be dropping some teasers eventually. Maybe the next time I do the radio show like this again, I'll drop a teaser to the book that I'm writing. Doing some audio productions. I really like this idea of audio productions where it's more than just an audio book. It's kind of like a movie, an audio movie. I'm excited about it. I'm excited to be exploring these things. But the reason why it's important to put good content out there, if you're a writer, if you're a songwriter, if you want to make movies, if you podcaster, if you're a journalist, is in many ways it could be inspiring and recharging for other people. And that stands in contrast with mainstream culture, which is being directed at doing the opposite. It's attempting to just suck all the inspiration out of you. Just feel lost and hopeless. And so the way that I operate it, as somebody putting a lot of information out there, creating a lot of content, I need ways to feel recharged and inspired. And music has been one of the primary ways that I've been able to experience that. Writing, it's been a really fun process. It's been a really fun process. But listening to me, because I started from the standpoint of believing that everybody else sucked. That everybody else was putting out incredibly uninspiring music. That was the premise I started from. I was so frustrated. There was a lot of music that I truly liked, and I listened to a lot of music, but it just didn't feel like it was hitting the theme that I wanted to hear. And so this is an interesting process because that's not where I'm at today. I don't think everything else sucks. I have, in this process of being really frustrated and trying to write a lot of music, have found a lot of other stuff that's incredibly inspiring. The ability to discover each other is difficult And I think it's only going to grow more difficult. It's absolutely astounding how powerful these algorithms are to just promote noise and useless information and to stifle anything interesting. So there's stuff out there that I have found that is so inspiring and so incredible and so aligned with where it just resonates with me perfectly, with everything I'm about. And there's a lot of stuff that I've found like this. A lot of songs, a lot of Bitcoin podcasts, a lot of authors. Discovering each other is hard. And that's why when you discover somebody that's aligned with you and really gets it, that you don't have to like explain years of context because they don't read the books that you've read or had the experiences or talked with the people that you've talked to. And you could just like come from a point of agreement of like, yeah, we're on the same page. And I don't have to explain all this context to you. It's those people are incredibly important. They're incredibly important because you can speak the same language. And that's we are drifting in diverging realities. We all are to some extent. But some of our realities overlap more with other people's. The people that are working with me at the Bugle are some of the most creative and talented individuals I've ever met. Very, very smart. Nobody that's really stuck around and been committed to it isn't unbelievably talented. And it's cool to experience that. And I think that's one of the important things as like a content creator is, if you're looking for people, if you feel isolated and not connected with people around you that are on the same page, you've been radicalized by some podcaster that you've never met and you're out on your own somewhere. There's ways to put out your signal for other people to find you, and they will find you. But yeah, I don't know how I'm doing. Shoot me a text if you got my contact info or comment on zap.stream. Let me know how I'm doing. Was smoking weed a bad idea? Am I just rambling about nonsense or are you enjoying this? The next song that I'm going to play is very relevant. It's the Time Chain Police song that has been inspired by all of the Opportune drama, which is, if you're not a ridiculously borderline like cult following Bitcoiner, you might not even know what I'm talking about, what the Opportune is. But it's a very controversial subject. And this song, there was some very controversial news that dropped today that surprised me. But yeah, this next song is inspired by that. I'm gonna run outside and have a cigarette real quick.
Hold on a second. Okay, it's done. I just inscribed a monkey JPEG to the blockchain. Now some dumb retail guy is going to buy it, thinking they are going to get rich. I love pump and dumping on stupid retail while raping people's nodes with spam. This shit is the best. Thank God that Udi taught me how to piss in the mempool.
Okay, now you're in trouble, bitch. Did I just watch you send a non-standard transaction?
Who do you think you are? Bitcoin is an open protocol and people can do whatever they want.
Name is Haley Welch and I am the Time Chain Police. No one gets away with raping my node, bitch. You have been filthy.
No time for nuanced discussion. Must protect Bitcoin from destruction. The The time chain is my religion. I will protect it with precision. Policing beauty from peeing in the mempool, filtering transactions sent by shitcoiner fools. The world needs to have sound money. Spam should not be allowed, and it's not funny. Time chain police. Time chain police. Become the savior of the universe. Become the time chain police. Time chain police. Time chain police. Become the savior of the universe. Become the time chain police. On a fateful day in 2008, the world changed forever. A white paper released, the content's so clever. Peer-to-peer cash to end government monopoly. Subverting the system by ending the duopoly. When the state colludes with bankers to control the population, what results is destructive economic stagnation. The market demands form, demanding freedom and prosperity. An anonymous supercoder flexed his dexterity. When people use Bitcoin, they undermine the system. When they submit KYC, they still resist them. Thermodynamics cannot be taught. An idea whose time has come will not be stopped. When Satoshi looks down at us, he would be proud. We all have fun staying poor, acting all corners in the crowd. Resisting surveillance, KYC and compliance. This is cypherpunk culture with the foundation of compliance. How can you argue this is not mass adoption when politicians say that NGU is the only option? Walking through TSA to hear your favorite podcaster. A strategic reserve of stolen funds, says the political master. When compliance becomes defiance, are we missing the point? Submitting to their authority in a security checkpoint. Satoshi envisioned PodConf controlling the narrative. Or did he believe that defiance was an imperative? When people use Bitcoin, they undermine the system. When they submit KYC, they still resist them. Thermodynamics cannot be topped. An idea whose time has come will not be stopped. When Satoshi looks down at us, he would be proud. We all have fun staying poor, acting all corners in the crowd. Resisting surveillance with KYC and compliance. This is cypherpunk culture with the foundation of compliance. When Satoshi set out, he wanted more Bitcoin podcasts and influencers shilling products to the beaten and downcast. When he looks down at us from above, there is a tear in his eye. Satoshi is proud that the Bitcoin community is so alive.
I lost my job today and my cards are maxed out. My wife is pissed, my life a mess, I feel doubt. Why can't we just print our problems away, like the way boomers did back in the day? I look at my kids with a tear in my eye, questioning whether they are destined for a war zone to die. Raising little soldiers to fight and protect this nation, while I'm attempting to fight off starvation. I look at my kids with a tear in my eye, questioning whether they are destined for a war zone to die. Raising little soldiers to fight and protect this nation, while I'm attempting to fight off starvation. How am I supposed to get around when the car was repossessed? No food, no car, no dignity, but now I'm stressed. Now my heart is hurt, it's beating out of my chest. I'm a chef at 7 after eating at McDonald's is not the best. I remember the days before the world went mad, back when I trusted the TV and wasn't sad. I had $1 in my pocket and Nikes on my feet. I miss the days when I could afford to eat good meat. All I ever asked for is to be able to afford paying taxes. But now the IRS is on my dick watching my transactions. I can't afford to live this way, can't you cut me some slack? Why can't someone else do the hard work to get our country back? Binging Netflix isn't taking the pain away. It feels like the only thing I can do is pray. Lord, please help me afford to pay the state. There is no way I can afford the fees if I pay late. The sheriff is on my doorstep to kick me in the balls. My phone won't stop ringing from debt collector calls. All I want to do is comply and be left alone. But I can't afford anything and I'm getting kicked out of my home. Back when I trusted the TV, it wasn't sad. I had $1 in my pocket and Nikes on my feet. I miss the days when I could afford to eat good meat. All I ever asked for is to be able to afford paying taxes. But now the IRS is on my dick watching my transactions. I can't afford to live this way, can't you cut me some slack? Why can't someone else do the hard work to get our country back? Every night I go to sleep wishing I don't wake up. When we wake up in the morning, I can't afford whiskey in my cup. How can I numb out the pain and hide from reality? Why can't I find a way to escape the brutality? It's starting to seem like the only way out is to take action. There is no way to hide from reality and choose distractions. The only way out is forwards, I will not give in. Finding a way to afford to pay taxes is how we win.
The songs were The Time Chain Police, Satoshi Would Be Proud, and I Can't Afford Taxes. I wrote Satoshi Would Be Proud right after the Nashville conference last year, the big Bitcoin magazine conference. It was a very strange experience. They had TSA at the conference that you had to walk through to go listen to your favorite Bitcoin podcaster. The level of like surveillance that everybody was being subjected to is just like very noticeable. Everybody was being watched very, very closely. And that was at a Bitcoin conference. The now president of the United States spoke at it. It was just a surreal experience. And I think for a lot of people, it's probably pretty jarring. a lot of the people that had adopted Bitcoin early for ideological reasons. Like for me, why did I adopt Bitcoin? I adopted Bitcoin because my non-KYC cigarette dealer told me to pay him in Bitcoin. So when I think about Bitcoin, I think about smoking cigarettes in an adversarial manner. That's what I'm thinking about. Yeah, so I was listening to the stream a little bit when I was gone. I don't know what's going on with the volumes. The volume seems to be increasing and decreasing. I'm not sure what that is. I don't think I can fix it on my end. But we're streaming in a very PAZNIan way right now. That's one of the things I love about radio. If you're not familiar with the PAZNIA radio network with Liberty Under Attack Publications, there's this guy named Rayo, who I've known a little bit, that runs all of this. He runs the coolest book publication I've ever seen. And I found him, years ago, just looking for a book. He had produced the audiobook for a book that I wanted to read. And he had it for free download on his website with a PDF. And it was really cool. It was like the first time I saw a publish or that had the topics that, I was interested in. Very unique topics that almost no other publisher in the world would carry. Very non-compliant topics. And it was done in a way that aligned with how I feel information should be shared. But that's the reason why I'm here tonight. Streaming for Liberty Under Attack on the PAZNIA radio network. You put your signal out and people will find you. You got to do it in some way. You're not alone. Anyways, I wrote I Can't Afford Taxes. I just thought the idea of somebody whose entire goal in life was to be able to afford to pay to their taxes was really funny. Especially the one thing I really don't appreciate about what the media, what Hollywood, what journalists, what a lot of podcasters, and the way that they're depicting the world right now is they're not depicting how difficult it is for the majority of people right now. The financial stress that they're experiencing, the just general chaos with prices, with their income. And so this guy's getting his life destroyed in order to try and pay his taxes. I thought that was a really interesting story to tell because I see a lot of people that are probably like that. But yeah, anyways, all right, comments. So got excited about this comment. So Zaza Wow Wow said, yo, talking parts are calm and relaxing. So Shadrach, this guy Zaza Wow Wow, wrote a really cool song, which I'm going to play at some point on the stream, titled Government Cuck, or Cucks, or Gov Cucks, I think it was. I really enjoyed that song. When I find something that I enjoy, that really just it stirs something in me, and I'm sure you can relate to this. You find something that you really like, and it just hits on a different level. It's a very unique feeling. I feel like oftentimes when I'm listening to music or I'm reading books or I'm consuming some sort of TV content, like a movie or show, I feel like I'm chasing the dragon. I'm looking for that hit that's just spectacular, where it just really floors me and I'm captivated. It's the only thing that matters is what's being told in either that story or messaging. There's very few things. Well, I wouldn't say there's very few. In the larger, there's a lot out there that does that for me, and I enjoy the process because when I look, I'll find it. But I'm talking about like the type of situation where you're listening to a playlist of songs and you're in the middle of a task, you're writing, or you're thinking about something that you need to do. You're in the middle of something where your mind is occupied, whether you're listening to a book or podcast or or song, and then all of a sudden the song breaks through whatever that task you're working on is, and you're just captivated and you have to stop what you're doing. I felt like Zazawawa song did that for me for sure this week. I was very surprised. Shadrach doesn't send me a lot of music, so but my good friend Shadrach sent me the link to the song on Wave Lake. I think it's number 2 trending right now over there. If you want to check it out at some point, I'll play it here in a little bit. Actually, I'll just play it next before I go back into my music. But yeah, Zazawawa, go. Here, let me click on it. Yeah, GovCux is Zazawawa. I'll play this real quick and then I'll get back at it. All right, I guess we're facing the technical difficulties again. I thought the song was playing the whole time. Getting messages for people. Well, anyways, I had the pleasure of enjoying listening to GovCux by Zazawawa. Yeah. Shoot me a message in any of the comments anywhere, preferably Zap.stream, if we were meditating. The revolution will not have good UX. Hell yeah. I was meditating too. Okay, well, I have no way to figure out how to play Zaz a Wow Wow song, unfortunately. That's a bummer. Anyways, go check it out on Wavelake. It's let me double check it. It's number 2 on trending, I believe. We're getting some shit thrown at us on Twitter right now. Just got some messages forwarded to me that I was reading. Some people are accusing the Bugle of stealing somebody else's alpha. So I'll have some time to think through the stream on how to respond, but that's a pretty strong allegation that I don't appreciate. All right. So I think I read through all the comments. So we have Zaza Wow Wow on here. Jeremy says yo. And then I can't see the name of this person. It just says NPOB15. Revolution will not have good UX. Yeah, I expect the technical difficulties. I was hoping be a little bit smoother than me going muted for a few minutes. I'll make sure that doesn't happen again. I will do a better job monitoring, but somebody's having issues with their headset. Awesome. Oh, I did breaks. So I'm doing like sets of 3 songs in a row, which is like the perfect time to go smoke like 3 cigarettes. Do about a cigarette a song. Go pace around outside, look like a crazy guy, and then come running back in and ramble some more. I think it's the perfect amount of time. That's one of the things, like, I could smoke cigarettes inside if I wanted to, but like I like the practice of going outside. I like the process of being outside because I spend a lot of my time, or the majority of my time, writing in one way or another. This is what I do, just clacking away at the typewriter. And smoking for me is taking a break from that. It's taking a break. And I feel like your brain has to take breaks. You just can't brute force information that matters. You need to be drawing inspiration from others. Not as like a way to copy them, but as a way to recharge your creativity. Go look at somebody else's writing and feel inspired. Maggie Moore has told me to read Catch 22. So I started that this week. And I'm really impressed with the author's writing style. It really draws you into the story. It's a very ridiculous story. Very ridiculous story about very ridiculous people at a very absurd time in history. And the dialogue is incredible. The author was so in the story. The imagination that he had to depict these characters this way. In such a detailed manner. I mean, that's something that's really interesting when you think about these authors, is in many ways they're actors. They're acting out these different characters that have these storylines and backgrounds, and bringing them into the story, making them believable. it's really incredible to see certain individuals be able to depict people with such detail. I'm blanking on the author's name, but yeah, Catch-22, very interesting book with the writing, and that's what I'm talking about is that ability to recharge in some way and be inspired by somebody else's work. The way that I try and do things is I try to do things that are inspiring for others. I was talking earlier about this idea of throwing out your signal. I'm throwing out my signal, attempting to inspire others, hoping that they respond back. It's a very self-serving thing to do because I want to hang out with people that have the capacity to use their brains. I don't want to be alone. So, when I meet these people, it's really exciting. And oftentimes I try with the content that I'm doing, I try to do it in a way that only certain people will appreciate it and understand it. And so when somebody does that, I take them very seriously when they appear to appreciate and understand something obscure that I'm doing. So I always appreciate it if you shoot me a message on like Signal or Telegram or email or whatever you do. Let me know if you enjoyed something. And then I also enjoy it when people send me their stuff. It's hard because I try to produce so much stuff, and I do try and keep up with consuming other people's work. But yeah, 40 hours of Bitcoin podcast listening a week is a lot to consume. But yeah, I'll give you guys some more examples of some of the content that I'm finding pretty interesting. I'm glad that I wasn't able to load most of Rod's songs in here because I realized that I'm going to be doing this show on a regular basis, and I'd probably run out of music and topics to discuss. But I'll find a workaround somehow. We'll make this work. We'll make Music Nut Mondays work and be notable. And hopefully next week we can fix the technical difficulties. But let's get back into the music.
We could have flying cars, but we got swindled. We would have lived in the future, but our vision dwindled. I know you know. We should be flying and driving, but that on TV tells lies. You're stuck in traffic when you should be able to fly. I know you know. But you continue on. Get to struggle on. I hope you hear me now, but the world we could have had won't be allowed. Yeah, that is not an excuse to stop and bow. We got this, we got this, we got this. You can't numb your pain to run and hide. Don't be the reason that freedom died. We got this, we got this, we got this. You kicked your king in the balls before they were born. Worshipping the wicked that your face is scorn. There is a way out. Don't give up hope now. You're not a waste. To see what we can do. So smoke another cigarette or pack some chew. But you continue on. Continue on. To struggle along. Struggle along. I hope you hear me now. But the world we could have had won't be allowed. Yeah, that is not an excuse to stop and bow. We got this. We got this. We got this. You can't numb your pain to run and hide. Don't be the reason that freedom died. We got this. We got this. We got this. Progress went downhill when the smoking bans came. People with minds became discouraged and estranged. First we could fly in cars, but we got swindled. We would have lived in the future, but innovation dwindled. I know you know. You know. We should be flying and thriving, but that damn TV tells lies. You're stuck in traffic when you should be able to fly. I know you know. You know. But you continue on. Get to struggle along. I hope you hear me now, but the world we could have had won't be allowed. Yet that is not an excuse to stop and bow. We got this, we got this, we got this. You can't numb your pain to run and hide. Don't be the reason that freedom died. We got this, we got this, we got this. Ooh.
Your parents chose timeshares and easy debt instead of creating brighter future with work and sweat. They banned cigarettes and robbed you with cars that fly. Cheered on surveillance because the CIA told them lies. You should be disappointed but not repeat their mistakes. Buy a pack of Marlboros because this game is high stakes.
Are you ready for them to start another war? Another one that you didn't want and can't afford. Whether you like it or not, it's come to your door. Our enemies are just not that funny. All they have is stupid monopoly money. It's not the time to cower and run. We can still have a little bit of fun. Who are you gonna give your hope and trust? People keep voting for what is unjust. Will you allow your brain to turn too much? Or will you choose to chase the rush? Choosing to live means choosing to defy. Make fun of your peers who are choosing to cower and comply. Go ahead and smoke some Marlboros so cars can begin to fly. Why put your faith in a system so hopelessly debased, with people in charge who want to see you erased? Instead, you could make fun of them with memes. Do you want to be remembered as supporting these regimes who will have a little fun, disrespect and hate over winning? Trust me, I swear this is just the beginning. It's not the time to cower and run. We can still have a little bit of fun. Who are you gonna give your hope and trust? People keep voting for what is unjust. Will you allow your brain to turn too much? Or will you choose to chase the rush? Choosing to live means choosing to defy. Make fun of your peers who are choosing to cower and comply. Go ahead and smoke some Marlboros so cars can begin to fly. When they spit in your face, remember they have sealed their fate. You may feel pretty down, but erase that frown. We are gonna win, it's time to go all in. It's not the time to cower and run. We can still have a little bit of fun. Who are you gonna give your hope and trust? People keep voting for what is unjust. Will you allow your brain to turn too much? Or will you choose to chase the rush? Choosing to live means choosing to defy. Make fun of your peers who are choosing to cower and comply. Go ahead and smoke some Marlboros so cars can begin to fly. Light a cigarette, it's not hard. Smoke a cigarette, cigarettes aren't good for you. Cigarettes aren't good for you. Hollywood says so. Hollywood says so. Hollywood says so.
championing the truth, trying to bring to justice the ones who stole her youth, abandoned by the masses who look the other way, isolated with her knowledge, fighting to live another day. Walking into courtrooms that are riddled with lies, facing down the ones who have darkness in their eyes, trying to move forward to do the right thing, destroyed by the consequences that it brings. You were worth so much more, but were traded like a whore. Prayed on when you were young, I promise your song will be sung. Here's to the one that gave it all, face down danger and stood tall, tried to make the world a better place. Let's ensure her memory won't be erased. Why does society pretend that predators don't exist? Closing their eyes as they walk freely in our midst, complying with the marching orders coming from the TV, surveilled and abused while claiming to be free. If the world isn't safe for children, then what does the future hold? How can things get better if you refuse to be bold? The world needs examples like Virginia Jeffrey, not more cowards who choose to look the other way. You deserved so much more, but were traded like a whore. Prayed on when you were young, I promise your song will be sung. Here's to the one that gave it all, face down danger and stood tall, tried to make the world a better place. Let's ensure her memory won't be erased. Standing up to power, championing the truth, trying to bring to justice the ones who stole your youth. The world has become darker now that you are gone, but it is our time to follow your example and be strong. While those who hurt you are still in power, spinning lies, we will face down the ones who have darkness in their eyes, trying to move forward and do the right thing. Your name will not be forgotten. This is the song we will sing.
Alrighty, I'm back, folks. Oh, I'm tired. Those songs were Flying Cars, Smoke Cigarettes. So, well, I think the song I retitled it's Ayn Rand says smoking is good for you. And then Virginia. Last song was about Virginia Giuffre, an individual that I respected, that I have a tremendous amount of respect for. Found her very, very inspiring. I find people that really stand in the face of danger in order to try and do what they feel is important. Inspiring. And if you don't know who Virginia Giuffre was, she died recently. She was the one that really kicked off the accusations against Epstein and Prince Injure. And the news reported that she killed herself a few weeks ago. Bummed me out, so I wrote a song about it. Find her incredibly inspiring as an individual. I think she has a story that needs to be told. I don't know if she actually killed herself. It's hard to know with those things. Wouldn't be surprising, but I've talked a bit about it. I talked a bit about what I thought about that situation on the Discovering Bitcoin podcast that I got interviewed on. But yeah, on the topic of flying cars and Wait, did I just play the same song twice in a row? I don't know. I'm all turned around over here, looking at my typewriter, trying to understand this. You know, there was so much technological progress after World War II and around World War II. Just that, you know, the 20th century in general was just a time of extreme technological progress. It's wild how quickly things change. You know, with the advent of the computer, with just aviation in general. You look at the beginning of the 20th century, and there was propeller-driven planes. In the 1940s, around that era, you know, you got jet propulsion. And then at the end of the 20th century, you just had this incredible system of commercial air travel. And you can get anywhere in the world pretty much, relatively inexpensively and relatively quickly. And yet, it just didn't progress at the pace that it probably should have. There are a lot of incentives of people trying to hold technological progress back. Strict controls over information. One of the most interesting things that came at the end of the 20th century was, you know, the rollout and adoption of the internet, because it increased the velocity at which you could communicate tremendously. A lot of people haven't figured out how to use the internet effectively, how to source the information that is relevant and interesting. A lot of people live in these, and it might have to do with your age range and when you began to use the internet. I feel like the earlier that you got to use it, the more you might understand it. Because I see a lot of the younger kids, the broccoli haircuts, they're just on the social media platforms. So everything that they're seeing is, all the information they're getting is curated. They're not really going out there and curating the information themselves. And in order to be able to do that, you need a lot of entropy. You need to cover a ton of surface area to not just get sequestered in an echo chamber where everything's getting fed to you. You can't be relying on one source of information, one podcaster, one news site, one newspaper, one whatever it is you're consuming. You got to get around there. And a lot of what I found of where some of the most useful information comes from is word of mouth and talking directly with people and them sharing their experiences with where they're learning. Because you get a good bunch of people that smoke a lot of cigarettes and actually use their brains. They're going to cover a lot of ground. And when you go and you compare notes with them, you're just multiplying the ground that you're covering significantly. So I spend a lot of time talking to people. A lot of human history knowledge has been passed down verbally. So like you look at the Odyssey, for example. Great book. It's a book now. It wasn't always a book. It was a verbal history. A lot of human history has been communicated verbally. People tell stories. And I think the process of being with somebody and telling a story is it's an incredible experience. It's always nice to sit down with somebody and hear their life story, their origin story, where they come from, and to be able to interact. And that's one of the things that's a little bit different than listening to a podcast or reading a biography about somebody is you get to interact with them. You get to ask questions. You get to be able to give feedback. Get to be able to engage with them. It's a really important thing to do, and I think it's one of the things that a lot of people are experiencing that they're missing is the ability to engage with others like that, to really spend the time with them. It's one of the dangers of technology. There might have been absolutely incredible technology that has progressed in certain ways, but the people driving the incentives behind it's the technology that's been focused on largely has to do with surveillance and manipulation. The way these social media platforms work with their algorithms, they're just sucking information out of you. But I had an interesting experience this week. I got banned off of Patreon. I wasn't even trying to create a page for myself. I was just trying to support somebody. And, Patreon is one of the biggest platforms for creators to be supported in a value for value manner. I'm sure everybody's heard of it. They essentially wanted me to KYC with them in order to be able to send Stardust like $50 a month in fiat. And I think the reason why they want to do that is in order to be able to have the information on people of who's supporting who, to be able to manipulate who the winners and losers are. And I imagine, Patreon, if I were to KYC with them, I don't even know if I can, but if I were to KYC with them, it would be negative social credits points for Stardust. I do think they collect that much information and influence things that way and engage who's connected with who. But this is the reason why Bitcoin value for value is so important, because it has the potential to completely disintermediate that sense of social credit that the fiat system has, that these platforms have, and where they can manipulate and lock you out of these platforms. It's as simple as just putting a Bitcoin address on your website. That's hard to stop. That's why I think platforms that encourage the usage of Bitcoin are really, really important. That's why I'm a huge fan of BTC Pay Server. It's one of my favorite projects that has ever been made. And the reason why is you can self-host it and nobody can shut it down. So whatever you're talking about, however unpopular it is, but I don't even think it's like the covert censorship is the problem. The problem is how the playing field is set, and the way that if you work within the machine and support whatever it is they're trying to promote, you're going to get unfairly promoted. That's why you see some of the biggest creators and artists in the world are just, it just makes you feel brain dead after you watch it. That's how those incentives work in this information age that we find ourselves in. Is the most compliant rise to the top. There's so many great artists out there that you probably never heard of, and maybe never will, as a result of them actually creating moving and interesting content. The entire music industry, I was talking with Open Mic this week, it was really interesting. The entire music industry is so gate-kept for being able to book shows, for being able to go on tour. It's gate-kept. There are monopolies forming to crowd out anybody operating independently and to really be able to control the market. And I think there's a difficulty with discoverability, because if all the search platforms are manipulated, it's really, really hard to find stuff that's really good. And that's probably part of the reason why I was talking earlier. When I started writing music, I thought everything else sucked. And that's part of the reason why is I was just struggling to find other people. It wasn't that they didn't exist, it was the discoverability. And so the ability to support content creators, artists with Bitcoin, and to be able to share them word of mouth, those are two very, very powerful ways to be disruptive. That's why I shill Scardo so much. I mean, it's just like one of the most talented bands I've ever seen. Noah Gruman, one of the most talented singers I've ever heard. And if you don't know how talented she is, go and try to sing one of her songs. Go and try to sing one of her songs and see her vocal range. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. If you're a good singer, you're gonna struggle with it. If you're a bad singer, you're just gonna be like, holy shit. And then go sing like anything by Linkin Park. Any of it. And you'll understand the difference. Chester Bennington and Emily Armstrong are pretty talented over there, but like, and there's some of the most recognized singers in the world at this point. Maybe not as much Emily yet, but she probably will be. I think Linkin Park's going to make a comeback. They're talented in their own right. They're talented as performers, but you look at Noah Gruman, I don't think that Emily Armstrong could even come remotely close to being able to sing her music with her range. And from a performance standpoint, they're so creative. And this band is interested in Bitcoin. They made a music video about Bitcoin. They get it. They're on Nostr now. They're doing you can check out their 24-hour live stream on Zap.stream. They've been doing that for like a week. They're trying to raise more money on Zap.stream than they are on Patreon right now. And so I think it'd be cool to contribute to that if you get the opportunity. I think it's important, that we make a statement when there's individuals engaging in the value for value economy that we're going to support them and make them successful. And that's one of the big roles of the Bugle. It's not just to do it for ourselves. And I mean, we are doing it for ourselves. Everything we do is entirely for ourselves. But what I'm saying is engage in the value for value economy just for ourselves. Now, the goal of engaging for the value for value economy is to build it, to build legitimacy around it, to prove a point to other people that you can engage in this and that people will support you. We're making a statement that there's a market to participate in here. And the reason why is because of the things that I talked about earlier, the things that are problematic in the other established ecosystem with Patreon and their censorship, with the discoverability problem on social media. And when somebody comes in here and they do something really good, really high signal, really high value, like Noah Gruman and Stardust, I think it's really important to support them as much as possible. And I'm very committed to supporting them for that reason. Because I want to legitimize this ecosystem that I'm engaging in. And we don't legitimize it by being mediocre. We legitimize it by being better. And I think we really have the opportunity to be better. The bar is so low. The bar for creativity is so low. You talk to everybody out there. They say the movies suck, the music sucks, the art sucks. And so when there's an individual that shows an inkling of creativity, I want to be able to support them, encourage them to double down, and just keep on going and iterating and improving. Because I think a lot of people have a lot of creativity, a lot of skill sets, and they're just never seen and they're never encouraged through it. They're never told that they should continue doing it. And a big reason why the Bugle's here today, and we're continuing to put so much time and effort into it, is because we get the feedback from other people that they enjoy it. Like that's if there's any success that the Bugle has had, it's because people have come to me and said, "Hey, this really matters. I really appreciate it. Thank you." They do it through zapping us on the podcast. They do it through just talking with us. When I was in Vegas, I was given gifts by people. I was given Zippo lighters. I'm drinking coffee from a mug that Maggie Morris made for me out of clay. She made a mug and she wrote PodConf on it. She even put the reserve sign on it. It's a dope mug. And it gives me energy, when I have interactions with people like that. And so I try and do the same thing with other people. When I find somebody that I really like, I want to support them. And I think Stardust has the opportunity to really be one of the biggest players in the value ecosystem, because they're like Noah Grumman is top 1% singer in the world. Top 1%. And she's cool. She sang one of Rod Palmer's songs. She sang one of Rod Palmer's songs. And that was one of the coolest things. I was more excited that Noah Grumman sang Rod Palmer's 40 Hours Per Week song than I would have been if Ariana Grande or Taylor Swift sang it. Both of those women are very talented and they have huge followings, but Stardust is here in this ecosystem, engaging with their content. And Taylor Swift and Ariana Grande aren't. And I think Noah's on par or better than both of those two. I say that confidently. I like metal. Not everybody likes metal, but if you listen to their stuff, you don't like metal, you'll at least be able to recognize the talent and understand what I'm saying. All right, let's get back into the music. Next song, actually my top song on Wave Lake. I think it might be my top song on Spotify too. Use Your Brain.
If you choose, but if you don't, you will likely lose. In a society whose chief virtue is to comply, it's always dangerous to choose to defy. There's certainty and stability that comes with trust, but learning to believe in yourself requires you to adjust. Why limit yourself? Believe in silly fantasies, pretending nothing is wrong is not a good strategy. Almost everything you see is made by spooks. The world is on the verge of destruction by nukes. In a world like this, it's hard to find heroes. This is your opportunity to be the one you're looking for. get down, folks. Not all is lost, inside you is the solution. Have a lot of faith in yourself, you can use your brain. Making memes and telling the truth will keep you sane. The problem lies inside each and every one of you. And inside you also lies the answer. There is a lot you can do, but it requires action. You can't be free unless you own your soul and mind. In order to do this, you have to stop following the blind. The system only works with your consent. They'll give you enough to try and keep you content. Politicians will try to tell you what you want to hear, and if that doesn't work, they will try to use fear. It's not fun living in the matrix, but you can learn to see how they play tricks. Self-respect is the vaccine for the lies on the TV. You must break your chains in order to be free. Look people in the eye when you speak. The future doesn't have to look bleak. Don't get down, folks, not all is lost. Inside is the solution. Have a little, folks, not all is lost. Inside you is the solution. Have a little faith in yourself, you can use your brain. Making memes and telling the truth will keep you sane. The problem lies inside each and every one of you. And inside you also lies the answer. There is a lot you can do, but it requires action. Servitude is not exciting because it means self-denial. You can buy satisfaction in the store aisle. Altruism is a tool to pull the wool over your eyes. Rejecting it will allow you to rise. You must live for yourself, because selflessness is a lie. Just what you think is important and give it a try. It's hard waking up when you've been asleep, but it's better than wandering my lost like sheep. Don't you want to be proud when you look in the mirror? Why do you hold yourself back? Death is only getting nearer. Don't get down, folks, not all is lost. Inside you is the solution. Have a little faith in yourself, you can use your brain. Making memes and telling the truth will keep you sane. The problem lies inside each and every one of you. And inside you also lies the answer. There is a lot you can do, but it requires action.
In a bustling newsroom, smoking Marlboro Reds, two men work the beat, just as brave as can be. Ron Palmer has a heart of gold, pen sharp as a knife. Dick Greaser investigating pot and bringing shadows to light. Every week on the bugle, their voices ring so true. They're the heartbeat of the nation, bringing the news to you. Rod and Dick keep on rolling through the thick and the thin, with a fire that keeps burning, that won't let the darkness win. On the Bugle Weekly, they expose all the lies, digging deep for the truth under those chemtrail skies. With the notebooks and the microphones, they fight the good fight, bringing light to the darkness, making wrong things right. They chase down a story, no matter how far, from the dusty back roads to the smoky bar. Rod has the facts, Dick has the flair. Together they are a force, a fearless pair. On the Bugle Weekly, they expose all the lies, digging deep for the truth under those chemtrail skies. With the notebooks and the microphones, they fight the good fight, bring light to the darkness, making wrong things right. When the world needed heroes, they stepped up to the line. In the name of justice, they never did resign. With courage in their hearts and the truth on their side, Rod and Dick are the voices that couldn't be denied. From the courthouse steps to the county fair, they break a big story, and they'll always be there. With a tip of a hat and a nod of respect, Rod Palmer and Dick Greaser pizza they never neglect. On the Bugle Weekly, they expose all the lies, digging deep for the truth under those chemtrail skies. With the notebooks and the microphones, they fight the good fight, bring light to the darkness, making wrong things right. Now the world remembers those two brave souls who bring justice and truth through their mighty roles. Run kick at the bugle, their legacy built, and every story told, and every right from wrong. Every week on the bugle, their voices ring so true, and they're the heartbeat of the nation, bringing the news to you.
Money Ben says this time is different. Bitcoin has won, and it is magnificent. Governments are buying, so why aren't you? Don't you wanna be rich and cool? Odell is confused and doesn't think Lynn is hot. He's a gay bear who needs to be taught. Staying humble is cool during the bear market, but this is the bull, it's going up like a rocket. The future is bullish because Bitcoin has won. It's been a tough bear market, get ready for some fun. The future is bullish when Trump's Bitcoin's game theory is in progress, everyone will join. Vets and podcasters are the vanguard. The world is going to use a Bitcoin standard. Bitcoin standard. If you think about it closely, Matt is plain wrong. We'll have a bright future because Bitcoiners are strong. We are all about to get rich beyond our imaginations. Podcasters will be royalty, deciding the fate of nations. So will this time be different? Only time will tell. Are we walking into heaven, or are we ushering in hell? The spooks are here and they don't play by the rules. You can see if you pay attention to the clues. Bitcoin will go up priced in USDT. That doesn't mean that we will necessarily be free. Wanting wealth and comfort is not a sin. People are tired, they just want to catch a win. The future is bullish, but Trump's Bitcoin's game theory is in progress, everyone will join. Vets and podcasters are the vanguard. The world is going to use a Bitcoin standard. Odell lacks faith in good old Dennis Porter. He's orange piling the world, ushering in order. 70% approval, the rating is no small feat. He makes Bitcoin go up with breaking tweets. Remember all the people who were lazy, didn't listen to podcasts and called us crazy. Back then we listened to 40 hours every week, hearing Matt and Marty call us freaks. They listened to their podcast while they were poor. Bitcoin started pumping and their prospects began to soar. Marty Bear says this time is different, and I think he might be right. But Matt's a gay bear thinking adversarially, still ready for a fight. The future is bullish when Bitcoin's game theory is in progress, everyone will join. Friends and podcasters are the vanguard. The world is going to use a Bitcoin standard. Bitcoin standard.
Alright, I'm back, guys. I was listening to the Zap.stream. I think it's a little bit buggy. Apologize about that. On YouTube, it's fine. And if you go to PAZNIA, let me look up this site. I think it's PAZNIA.com/radio. There's a few ways to listen to the stream over there. We'll figure it out eventually. Let's talk a little bit about why I think the value for value ecosystem is important. However you want the world to look, whether it's your life, lives of the people around you, it all depends on you being an active player. And I think one of the worst things that can happen to you is to sit around waiting for the world to magically change to be in the way that you want it to be. That's why I think the value for value economy is interesting, because it lets you play an active role in shaping the world, the people that you support, things you give your attention to. It's all about building the world that you want. It allows you to be an active player. Right now, it's looking like this Bitcoin cycle is going to be different. You know, a lot of people have been discouraged when it comes to Bitcoin. The subculture in many ways has changed. A lot of the topics the subculture is talking or about are being dominated by things that conflict with a lot of values of people that have been using this technology for a little bit. But that doesn't mean that there's not people out there like you. I found a lot of people like me out there. They're similar to me, and I try and support them. And it feels good to be an active participant in life. It feels really good. But yeah, anyways, so just doing a lap, smoking cigarettes, and I was trying to think of what to talk about. Here's a topic that I was thinking about earlier. So, you know, when I was a kid, I had a crazy imagination. My mind was always going. When, you know, I was sitting in school, bored to death, I would, you know, look around the room and imagine like losing gravity and the desk floating all over the place. I would, it was always something like that. My mind was always captivated by something. I did not allow it to get bored. And I really try to do that today in my life as an adult. I try to do the same thing. I try to just let my mind go into these elaborate fantasy worlds. You know, when I was a child, I had plastic army soldiers, and I had Lincoln logs and blocks, and I would set up in Legos. I would set up these epic battles, like something out of Star Wars. These galactic battles between these different forces, and with my friends, we'd have these storylines. We'd be sitting in the basement, chain smoking cigarettes, playing with our toy soldiers, setting up our blocks, setting up these elaborate battles. It was a great childhood. It was a childhood full of imagination. Even in the moments when people try to stifle it with structure, they try to stifle it with education. And it's fun to do that. To not be bored. Life shouldn't be boring. There's too much going on. Dennis Porter does a single tweet, price of Bitcoin goes up. How can you be bored with that? The Bitcoin that people were excited about still exists and can exist, and only exists because people use it being upset with the way things are and just being like a boomer, just being a boomer on the sidelines and just complaining, oh, these kids these days, they're buying their paper Bitcoin and they're wearing the broccoli haircuts and polo t-shirts. It's not being an active player. You know, because when you're an active player, you just don't really give a shit what other people are doing. Who cares if the Zoomers, broccoli haircuts, and the boomers are buying the paper Bitcoin? I don't really know how much the Zoomers are doing that, but they're going through their shitcoin phase. It seems like a lot of them. They'll grow up eventually. But who cares? When you are an active participant in your life, when I was a kid, I wasn't like, Netflix wasn't around back then, but let's say Netflix was. You know, I wasn't complaining that Netflix sucked. I was creating my own storylines, my own world. I was pretty unhappy with school when I was a child, as I imagine most of the people listening to this broadcast were. And I found a way to deal with it by being creative. You know, you take those frustrations or whatever you have in your life and you channel it into something. You don't have to numb out and be an inactive participant. It doesn't matter what your circumstances are. We're coming up on 2 hours. I'm going to play a few more songs and then I will wrap it up. I know Rayo's listening, kind of managing the stream, so I don't want to go over too much. I want to respect his time. But next song is titled "Funeral for Your Youth."
Relics of a bygone youth. Mourning is a part of living. Getting old is not forgiving. Those days may be gone, but new ones lie ahead. This is just another dawn. There's no need for dread. But it kind of sucks getting old. You're grown, but you still do as you're told. Days are getting shorter as time goes by, passing quickly and you don't know why. It might be hard to grasp this truth. This is the funeral for your youth. If you had known then what you know now, would you do it again? Or did you forget somehow? The struggle to find direction, a pursuit to achieve near perfection, the pressures you could have lived without, and so many days filled with doubts. Being young is being naive, but it set the groundwork for you to achieve. Days are getting shorter as time goes by, passing quickly and you don't know why. It might be hard to grasp this truth. This is the funeral for your youth. A chapter is ended, a new one started, but there's no reason to be brokenhearted. A beautiful wife and a loving family achieved after escaping calamity. As time goes on, everything will change. And remembering this moment might feel strange. To mourn your youth when you're hitting your prime is really just an atrocious crime. You're not a geezer, you're only 30. There's not reason to feel ill insecurity. getting shorter as time goes by. Passing quickly and you don't know why. It might be hard to grasp this truth, but this is the funeral for your youth. Basketball shorts and combat boots, relics of a bygone youth. Mourning is a part of living. Getting old can be forgiving.
I'm not taking my smoke break this time. I wanted to talk a little bit more. I wrote this song for one of my friends who was having a hard time getting older. When you're an adult, you're just like when you were a kid, except you have a little bit more experience and your brain works a little bit. You're not as helpless. Hopefully. I don't really know if there's anything to really mourn as you get older. This is a satirical song poking fun at him because it's just like life has the opportunity to get better as you get older. The reason why is, you know, you grow your skill set, you grow your wisdom, you grow your knowledge, you grow the cumulative amount of Bitcoin podcasts that you've listened to. You have accomplished things in your life that you feel good about as you get older that you may not have when you were a kid. It should be easier to look in the mirror without angst, with confidence, and feel good about yourself with what you've done. It's a constant challenge. Well, it's not really a challenge for me because it's just a value set that I've adopted, but it definitely goes against the grain. So it probably takes a little bit more effort than just going along with the system, whatever's going on. But I keep my imagination going like when I was a kid. I haven't lost that youth. And when I'm talking about youth, I'm talking about the interest in exploring, the interest in continuing to learn new things, to have new experiences, to meet new people, to read new books, to listen to new music, to try things I've never done before. The days are getting shorter as I get older. I feel that. It's a very real feeling. It's I constantly am faced with this feeling that I do not have enough time to accomplish the things that I want to, that are important to me. To have the conversations I want with the people that I love. When I was a kid, you know, time just felt so slow. It didn't have the context. I think as you get older and you've just seen more, time feels very, very different to you. We go through these transitions in our lives, these milestones, whether it's hitting a decade older, a year older, whether it's a major life event like getting married or getting divorced or graduating college with your credentials or, you know, buying your first house or whatever it is. We hit these milestones in our lives, and you don't have to mourn that a chapter is ended because you're still who you are at the end of the day. And hopefully you're progressing towards learning more of who you are. This is why I spend so much time smoking cigarettes. It's a meditative and it's a way to contemplate my life. It is a pause from the constant goings on. And you know, when I'm with somebody and I'm having a conversation with them, we're both smoking cigarettes, or a cigar in some cases, it just feels so much closer to them and dialed in, because there's something, you know, about being in the smoker's pit that is special. And one of the great things about smoking is it offends weak people, the smell of it. So it's like a filter. Surprised that Luke Jr. doesn't smoke cigarettes. He's all about the filters. Filter out a lot of people. There's values that I think are important. I try and support them the best I can. Anyways, I want to thank you everybody for tuning into this show. I didn't get through all the songs that I wanted to, so I guess I'll have some more music that I left unplayed 2 weeks from today. I'm going to go out with one of my favorite songs that I've ever written. It's called Ungovernable Misfits. It was inspired by the guys at Ungovernable Misfits. One of the groups I really like supporting, and I really like for the reasons that I stated before. I think they're doing some great stuff. And I hope they continue to do some great stuff. I hope they just keep on getting better. But I'll send you out with this one. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in, and we'll catch you on the next edition of the PAZNIA Radio Network. If I can figure out how to play the song.
I light my cigarette and take a good long puff. I live with no regrets. I've heard quite enough. They whisper their lies, yet still I'm immune. Pain will make you wise. I have nothing left to lose. I'm the man they warned you about, the one that gives them fear. I have no room for doubt, my direction crystal clear. I'll burn it all to the ground before I will ever submit. Can you hear the sound? The song of the ungovernable misfit. I won't live my life for you, nor ask you to live yours for mine. Seeking what is good and true, never wasting a moment of time. Choosing discomfort in search of something more. I'm choosing to run towards fate, not afraid to take risks and explore, doing what it takes to be great. I'm the man they warned you about, the one that gives them fear. I have no room for doubt, my direction crystal clear. I'll burn it all to the ground before I will ever submit. Can you hear the sound? The song of the ungovernable misfit. I don't care what the masses think. They don't have the capacity to use their brains. They drown their sorrows in distractions and drink, pumping garbage through their veins. They look at me and judge, maladjusted, unhappy, and unfulfilled. I will stand my ground and refuse to budge as I wait for it to break so I can rebuild. I'm the man they warned you about, the one that gives them fear. I have no room for doubt, my direction crystal clear. I'll burn it all to the ground before I will ever submit. Can you
The newest release from Liberty Under Attack Publications.
On June 21, 2021, Johnny Hurley was shopping in Old Town Arvada. When Johnny heard gunshots from across the square, he ran straight into danger without hesitation and quickly neutralized the attempted mass shooter. Witnesses described believing that Johnny was likely military, based on the skill and effectiveness with which he handled the situation. A minute later, a police officer who had been hiding inside the Arvada PD office on the square watching the situation unfold on security cameras, emerged from the building and shot Johnny in the back. No warning, no announcing himself, no pausing to notice that this was clearly not the shooter he had been looking at on the CCTV. Johnny bled to death on the concrete. The police officer received paid leave, and the official investigation ruled that this murder was a good shoot. Millions of people now know the name Johnny Hurley as a Good Samaritan, as a man who heroically risked and gave his life to save countless others. What most of those people don't know about Johnny is that he had already been a hero for many, many years. Putting his safety, freedom, and life on the line to protect the lives and liberties of others was exactly the kind of person that Johnny Hurley was. The goal of this book is to help more people get to know who Johnny was, how he thought, and the cause he dedicated his life to, peace and freedom. Pre-order your copy today from Liberty Under Attack Publications by visiting libertyunderattack.com/Johnny. Again, libertyunderattack.com/Johnny. Book will officially release on the anniversary, June 21st. libertyunderattack.com/Johnny.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
You can't run and hide forever. The state is a reckless, unhinged firestorm of death and bondage that can only run amok, killing and eating everything it can without care for the well-being of anything, not even itself. And even when it kills itself, you still won't catch a break, because it will come back. That's because the state is not any one government. It isn't even all of them. It's something else. It's a zombie mind virus, and it has been virulent enough to go on for 10,000 years. You know that the state cannot be talked down. You know that there is nothing you can offer it to get it to leave you alone, because it wants everything. It won't stop until you're dead and then some. So you run, and you hide, and you quietly eke out your little bit of the agora somewhere in the darkness. But are you truly happy to live like a rat, scurrying around, scrounging for scraps and hiding in holes, while your loved ones die without good health care, countless children die of hunger, the world hurtles toward nuclear war, and science and technology are held back by 100 years? You can't run and hide forever. You cannot easily hide or shuffle around something like a hospital, a car factory, or even a small farm. The agora will never wholly overtake the state. You and your offspring will never taste the greatness that is mankind's birthright through running and hiding alone. You must fight. But if you don't want to fight, I bet you'd shell out some good bread to have somebody else fight for you, boss. That's where insurrectionary agorism comes in. It's the same agorism you know and love, but tweaked a little bit to make it better, faster, sleeker, and sexier. And, you know, more likely to end the state sometime this century. Read on to get the lowdown on this sexy new craze sweeping the star system. That was a sneak peek of Insurrectionary Agorism, a newer manifesto. You can read the whole thing, and a whole lot of other cool shit too, in Vonu Life 2025, which should hopefully be out later this year, maybe around fall. My name is Thane Riddle. I'm the one who wrote Insurrectionary Agorism, or rather I'm the one who is scrambling to write it before the deadline, which is July 1st, by the way, for those of you who've forgotten to start writing their Vonu Life submissions. However, while it's true I'm writing a manifesto, I am no mere philosopher. Much like the Unabomber, I'm the kind of nigga that likes to get shit done alongside his manifesto. Most folks who know me think of me as a privacy consultant, or even an all-around security expert, and that's true. I've been an operational security consultant for many years, and I'm also writing something about that for Vonu Life, which will be called Hiding Stuff. However, what I mostly want to tell you about today is the new weekly live show I'm going to have on the PAZNIA radio network. It's going to be called Cloak Dagger, and it'll be all about giving you grounded tips for privacy and security that will help you in your everyday life. And much like Insurrectionary Agorism, we'll also talk about what can be done today to build up the so-called second realm, and yes, maybe even take down the state once and for all. Lord knows I could autistically talk your ear off for 2 hours or more, like the great Kyle Reardon. But that's not what this show's gonna be like. It will be fast, sleek, and sexy. It'll be broken up into sundry bits. We're gonna have a short news bit, but we won't talk about all that gay shit other folks do, only quickly touch on things that could hit your privacy or security in some way. You know, something you might wanna do something about. We're also gonna have interviews, super chats, and even live call-ins. I'll also fuck around as much as I can get away with, maybe throw in a few skits, prank calls, and I might even troll somebody. Maybe even you, dear listener. Come along with us as we fumble around and fuck everything up trying to work out how to run our new live show. Tune in to the PAZNIA radio network on Saturdays starting May 31st at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific. You can find the PAZNIA radio network on Library and elsewhere. Check the show notes for links.
The following is an audiobook teaser from Second Realm Anthology, a collection of short stories that inspire freedom and self-liberation. To order your paperback copy, just visit libertyunderattack.com/sranthology. Again, libertyunderattack.com/sranthology. This chapter is called 93 Minutes, authored by our pseudonymous Pat Henry. Please enjoy.
He stared through the dim light at the white, popcorn ceiling. The first light of day was beginning to seep into the room through the half-closed shades that covered the bedroom windows. He did not know how long he had been staring at the ceiling. 30 minutes? 3 hours? 3 days? It all seemed so surreal. He could hear the occasional low drone of a truck or the higher-pitched movement of air and engine from the traffic building on the interstate 100 yards from his window. How he hated that highway. He could still remember the arrogant smirk on the face of the judge that dismissed his case when he tried to sue the state to stop the eminent domain proceedings that turned his retirement dream property into a new interstate thoroughfare. The highest and best use compensation that he received turned into 6 lanes of highway, and a median strip was nowhere near enough to be able to purchase a new piece of property. As for his house and the rest of his land, who in their right mind would purchase a home whose 100 acres of attached land were separated by an expanse of asphalt with cars and trucks whizzing by at God knows how fast? If he wanted to hunt his west field, he had to jump in his truck and drive 25 minutes in order to access the nearest road that crossed over to the other side of the interstate. Insane. Not that there was much good hunting left with the constant drone of vehicles. The patch of forest dotted with oak, maple, and walnut trees that he first noticed when he toured the property years ago was one of the first things to be bulldozed and flattened to make way for the construction vehicles. So, he was stuck here. Destined to live out the rest of his life being constantly reminded of how the government destroyed his dream in the form of engines and tires humming over asphalt. How long had he been thinking about that cold December afternoon at the county courthouse? On that day he was so angry that he didn't even realize until he got home that he had left his coat in the courtroom and never even turned on the heat in his car. His fury was its own source of warmth. He glanced at the clock on top of his nightstand. 47 minutes. After a few moments of lying thoughtless in the growing light, another memory sprang to mind. He remembered getting his property tax bill that April. He had pulled it out of the mailbox on that cool, spring morning and stared at it for what seemed like an eternity. He remembered being incredulous that these parasites wanted to now exact some sort of tribute for the privilege of having his property destroyed and his dreams have turned into ashes. He had walked back to the house and was about to throw that letter in the trash when his wife scolded him and talked some sense into him. That bill got paid. It was the last one. When the November tax bill came that fall, he had no one to scold him. 3 weeks before, he had laid his wife to rest, a victim of a robbery at a local gas station perpetrated by 3 men that had just exited from that cursed highway. They would never have been there if that government-created concrete urban cesspool conduit wasn't there. They were looking for an easy score, and his wife surprised them by trying to draw her gun from her purse, but she was a bit too slow, and they were a bit too close. When he looked down at that bill after pulling it out of his mailbox, he began to tear it into pieces. His pace of tearing became frenzied, and before he realized it, he was kneeling on the ground, tearing the torn pieces into small pieces, tears of rage falling into the dirt among the small white pieces of paper. 31 minutes. He looked back at the clock. Almost time to get up and get ready. He absently ran the old cliché through his head, gonna be burning the candle at both ends today. His thoughts drifted back to the mailbox. He had torn up that November tax bill, the next one after that, and the next one after that. Other letters from the assessor's office began to appear, and those were added to the paper mulch around his mailbox. Then the letters from the courts began to appear, and those were added to the mulch. The weeds around the mailbox seemed to appreciate it, they were higher and lusher than the weeds a few feet away. The phone calls began soon after, but those were easy to stop. 3 sharp tugs quickly removed each of his home phones from the wall plugs, and a couple block caller clicks on his cell were all it took. It was a bit harder to tear up the letter that arrived a few weeks ago. It was being held by a process server. Out of curiosity, he had opened it. The tri-folded legal letter informed him that all of his property had been auctioned off the previous week due to delinquent taxes, and that he had 1 year to retain his property if he paid the bidder what they had paid plus fees, blah, 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 blah. He didn't ever waste time tearing up that letter. It was laid out on the counter, and it was still sitting there as he stared at the ceiling this morning. 9 minutes. He looked at the clock again. He must have dozed off for a few minutes. He had been staring at the ceiling for hours, yet his mind and body decided now was a good time for a nap. Weird. The next visit came 11 months and 26 days later. This time there was no letter in hand. The visitor was a large, slightly overweight white guy in a brown uniform sporting a sheriff's department logo on his right breast pocket. On his left pocket was his last name, Rogers. He said that he was there to inform that at the end of a month, in 4 days, at 9 a.m., he would be back with another officer to remove me from the property if my right to retain my property has not been exercised. The sheriff apologized for the intrusion, with a slight sarcastic undertone, and then told me that it would be in my best interest if I was already gone when they came back. He didn't want any trouble, and he told me he was sure that I would not want to spend my first homeless night in the county jail. Without another word, the sheriff turned on his heel and went back to his idling tan SUV in the driveway and slowly drove off without even a glance back. As he watched the cop drive off, he began giggling and muttered to himself, "I am going to be kicked out of my house by Mr. Rogers." 8:53 a.m. He glanced at his clock, glanced back at the ceiling, and sat up. He was fully clothed and his boot heels hung slightly off the mattress at the foot of the bed. He got up and walked over to his wife's dresser. Where her jewelry box and little knick-knacks had stood the day before, was now occupied by an AR-15, a Glock 17, a dozen loaded rifle and pistol magazines, a black tactical vest with a bunch of mag pouches, and a pad of paper. First, he checked the aimpoint red dot sight on his rifle. He put on his vest and stowed away all the magazines in their respective pouches. He holstered his pistol as he glanced down at the pad of paper. He didn't want to lose that. It would be quite easy to transfer the address of that judge to his GPS once he addressed the first issues at hand. He glanced over to the edge of the dresser at the orange lighter and the end of a piece of bright green Canon fuse that was taped to the wood. At about 25 seconds per foot, that 12 feet of fuse would give him at least 5 minutes before it burned down the hole in the lid of the 8-pound jug of gunpowder sitting a few feet away in the closet. He absently wondered for a moment if the poor guy who won the bid had thought about homeowner's insurance. His thoughts were interrupted by one car door, and then two, closing hard in the driveway. He heard muffled conversation out the bedroom window as the two officers walked from the driveway to the front of the house. He picked up the lighter, flicked it twice, and touched the flame to the end of the fuse. It smoked and hissed as it caught. He picked up his rifle, checked the chamber and magazine to make sure the green-tip armor-piercing rounds were there, and made his way to the front of the house to answer the door.
You've just heard an audiobook teaser from Second Realm Anthology, a collection of short stories that inspire freedom and self-liberation. To order your paperback copy, just visit libertyunderattack.com/sranthology. Again, libertyunderattack.com/sranthology. This chapter was called 93 Minutes, authored by our pseudonymous Pat Henry. Cheers from the Second Realm. That's a wrap for today's transmission of the PAZNIA Radio Network, starting with another episode of Cloak and Dagger, and ending with a rebroadcast of this past Monday's Music Monday with Richard Dick Greaser. On that note, we'll be back in just a couple days, Monday, June 16th, at 7 p.m. Central Time, with another edition of Music Monday with Richard Greaser, founder of the Bitcoin Bugle. He did say that he's cool with taking calls, so if you feel bold enough to call in, that link is PAZNIA.com/call. For all things PAZNIA Radio Network, just visit PAZNIA.com/radio. There, you can find the full streaming schedule, ways to stream the Second Realm, ways to donate, ways to reach out, and much more. Thanks for being here. Until next time, cheers from the Second Realm.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network. You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network. You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.